Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and yeah, Discord dropped me again for a moment there. Um, I think what we'll do is after this campaign, at the very least, we'll have a session zero, or we'll kind of just sit down and talk about those things, roll characters and stuff like that. I kind of like the idea of a
Cool.
session zero. So, anyways,
Cool.
that's probably one way that we'll go about it.
As a Strahd.
Yes.
I thought you already started running it a few sessions ago.
Isn't Curse of Strahd one where you have to be like very willing to see your characters go?
Yeah, Curse of Strahd is essentially not whether you're going to die, but how awesomely you will die.
Oh,
Yeah.
lovely.
Wait, which works for me because I have like 5 characters in the wings.
Dude,
Kind
you
of
actually
funny, if I
brought
remember
up.
rightly. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if I remember rightly, in the actual book for Curse of Strahd, it actually literally says like it's not a case of like if you might die, it's a case of this. This is designed to actually kill you, so it's designed like that way to like really push you to death. So you have to really be smart and tactical about
We totally screw it over, and we all roll paladins.
it.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it.
No. I was just saying. I was thinking about my next character too, and I was kind of like, oh, a half-orc fighter would be really cool.
Mm.
How about some sort of necromancer?
Dude, I'm so jealous of half-orcs when I look at the just look at that, like the extra critical and the whole like going down to 1 instead of 0. It's like they've got some such cool like stuff, and it makes you so jealous. But I personally just prefer playing as elves because I just think they're cool.
Oh, for sure. Like, I would be like the best tank ever. Like, you kill me, I just pop back up.
To be honest, Half-Orc Barbarian, in addition to being a trope, is actually just really, really strong.
It's insanely strong.
Especially if you then go and take, I think it's Totem of the Bear at 3rd level, because you become resistant to, while raging, you're resistant to all damage except psionic.
Mm-hmm. It's insane. Like, it's literally insane.
Yeah, I was going back and forth between half-orc barbarian tank or half-orc fighter. Oh, man.
I'll tell you what I saw the other day. I saw this unearthed arcana for a new class called Mystic something. I think it was just Mystic. And it looks really fucking cool. Like, it looks really, really cool.
Yeah, I think I tripped over that one. If it's the same one that we're looking at. It reminds me of... It just looks very interesting.
Yeah, it's all like psionics and stuff like that, but it's got like...
You could almost make a Jedi with it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like 4 or 5 different like advanced classes. It's almost like, I don't know, it feels really weird. It's got so many options and paths you can take it, and it's got all these additional...
like its own handbook. I mean, there used to be a psionics handbook, and I'm wondering if this Unearthed Arcana is just them playtesting for the stuff they're going to put in a new psionics handbook.
Yeah, most probably. But I saw that, I was looking at it the other day, just on my way home, and I was like, you know what, I really want to make a new character now, just based on reading it.
That's some of the rumors on the Unearthed Arcana as well, is that they're essentially playtesting a second player's handbook.
Well, they could do it.
Yeah. Now, quickly, while we got Seth here, just to point out a bit of an elephant in the room, I haven't heard from Mums in a number of weeks. So I'm if we're gonna continue with one more character or one more player, then I'm thinking about replacing Mums, and I'll just be clear next time that communication, which all you guys are great at, communication is kind of key. We don't want to kick people. That's not our goal. At the same time, if we don't hear from people and we don't know whether they're going to be available or not available and all this kind of stuff, I'd like to think that sending a quick text message or something like that is not too difficult. So nothing against them. It's just I think that's going to be the way things might go with Mums. But
you're way too nice, Brad.
I know I am.
He's Canadian.
Yeah.
We pretend to be nice. I mean, we're really nice.
Actually, yeah. Looking at our history, we've got really good press because we've done some awful things.
It's kind of funny because I was looking at pictures just this morning actually, and it was literally just after a hockey game, and it had 2 opposing fans who was on 2 opposing, like from the separate teams, shaking hands and be like, oh, like, you know, good game. Like, even though your team beat my team, like, thank you and stuff like that. And it was like only Canadians could be this nice to each other after like a hockey game.
If that was a football match in England, they would be.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Don't marriages break down because they find out that the other person's like a Liverpool supporter or something like this?
Things get a bit weird, yeah. Like in England, like you can go like as well, like you can go from like town to town, like literally like 30 minutes, like from one town to another town, who completely despise the people who are like 30 minutes away. We're like, no, fuck those guys. We hate those guys. Like, so, I mean, there's
Well, because of
like,
something that happened 300 years ago too.
yeah, it's just there's a lot of like rivalries like in England, like just from like town to town, city to city. It's so weird.
We kind of have that with sports here, like depending on the sport, but we have that here too.
So, Brett, do you want me to try and find like a good D&D player to join us? Someone, because I got a couple guys in mind that might be a good fit with us.
Yeah.
That are reliable and communicate.
Yeah, because I just think we've got 4 players now if we don't count moms. I just think 5, somewhere in the area of 5 to 6 is a nice balance because we know that somebody's going to miss a session every now and then. Just life gets in the way, and I think it just helps things scoot along. I would say, and I'll post this in Discord or somewhere. I don't want to make it rules heavy. I would just say in general that. As we've talked about before, you show up for most games. We understand you can't make them to all, and you just communicate with us whether you're going to miss a game, or you just keep the channels of communication open, either through Discord or Roll20 or email or something like that. Like Mums, I have no idea. I saw him online about 30 minutes ago, but like he's had 2 weeks to communicate with us and let us know what's up. Can he make it? Can he not make it? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I played in the past with a guy named Damon. He's Australian, really nice guy. I don't know what the time differential would be for morning games for him, but
there'll
might
be
be
night games for him.
Yeah. The other one I'm thinking of is a guy named Farku, and he's a translator from China, and he's a real nice dude.
Okay.
He might be able to do it too. So I'll send out some feelers and see if they're interested.
I love how international this is.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So I would just stipulate those 2 things. You kind of know the deal. Make it to as many games as possible. We understand real life, but the key would be communicate, and that if we don't hear from them, then they can just expect that we're going to ask them or push them off the game and find another person.
Absolutely. And what I would do is I'd just engage their initial interest, and then we would have a session or just the time to get on with Brett and whoever else wants to sit down and talk with them, see if it's a good group,
Yeah. Yeah, or just jump into a session or something like that. We'll figure it out.
I was going to say as well, I've got cooking in about 5 minutes, but I was going to say, I tried to explain it earlier when I was on the train, but just in case you hear me, we've got like a bar meeting today, and I'm going to speak with not my boss, but the boss sort of thing. So I'm going to try and explain to her, trying to ask if I can get some, and just kind of sort things out. I think at least one day a week I can have off anyway, just to sort out some other stuff. So I might just try and explain to her look, I want Sundays off and see how that goes. And I really miss playing with you guys every week, and I don't want to be kicked.
Well, we wouldn't kick you out because you communicate with us. It's more of a unfortunately, if scheduling doesn't work out. That being said, the rest of the kind of around the table, if Seth can't do Sunday mornings but can do Saturday mornings, just to give Seth some options, like how's everybody with Saturday mornings, or Sunday morning the better option?
Until I get a house, Saturdays could be difficult, but after that, I'm totally cool.
Okay. Vorpal?
Saturdays and Sunday mornings are fine for me. I'm also available Saturday evenings or Saturday nights. So.
Okay, and Dethick?
I've no prior commitments,
okay.
So yeah, I should be able to do it. I do have a preference that if we could lock in on a regular thing, just in case I do need to start planning things out.
Yeah, and that's my preference too. Is that if we do make any changes, it will, just like we've been doing for the last 6 months. Sunday at 9 in the morning Eastern, So, Seth, it sounds like Sunday 9 in the morning Eastern is the preferred if you can lean that way. But if you feel like if you know for whatever reason they say no, we need just Sundays. But what about Saturdays? At least you now know that there's a potential bit of you know negotiating or play there, and then we'll see. But it sounds like certainly Sunday would be the preferred one.
Yeah, I will definitely ask. I'll just I'll try and prefer for Sunday.
Yeah.
But if that doesn't work out, I'll ask for Saturday as well. Like, but I'm gonna. No, I think I mentioned a minute ago. Like, about to have a bar meeting, so I'm about to discuss some other shit, and then I might just pull her aside afterwards and just explain my situation and that.
Yeah.
I'd really like to have Sundays off.
Yeah. Well,
That's a great idea, man. Good luck.
Were you saying that Seth is safe from being kicked? Can we vote on that?
I vote safe.
Safe carries the day. Sorry, Witch.
I want to be the pretty one.
Roll a different character.
Wow.
Okay, well, Seth, when you do,
Oh my gosh. Okay, Witchy, I want you to do a Dragonborn and have him pretend he's like the cutest thing ever.
there you go.
Cutest for me.
Oh my god. No, my next character is gonna like have some sort of like illusion that he can cast all the time that makes him turn into this naked flaming demon or something. It'll be awesome. Whenever he goes into combat, he suddenly turns naked and bursts into flames.
Oh, a fire genasi. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, there must be rules for those.
There are.
For naked flame dudes.
Whatever. Naked works. Just go with it.
I was gonna say, naked flaming you don't need a spell for if you really try.
Be amongst that don't need armor. With the ring of flaming nakedness, which gives you a +2 to your AC.
If you make eye contact with the enemy, they have to make a will save or be charmed. By
And try to touch my parts.
Oh my god! And on
Okay,
that,
let's
I
play
imagine
alt.
Seth has to go.
There's a YMCA joke in here somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
Seth, we miss you already.
I'll miss you guys too.
All right, take care, Seth.
And answer my message, bitch.
What message?
I sent you a message on WhatsApp.
Oh, did you? Yeah, something's wrong with WhatsApp. Like, I've not been getting messages through to it, so I'm gonna have to see what's up with that. Because I was one of the girls from work I was talking to. She's like, "Oh, why are you responding to my messages on WhatsApp?" I was like, "What messages? I've not got any messages." And she's like, "Show me all the messages she sent me." Like 10 messages in like 3 days, and it's like, I didn't get none of those. So I think something's wrong with my WhatsApp.
Oh man, possible.
I just asked you how much it was for the train each way.
It's expensive. Like I'm paying like almost like with rent and travel. I'm like half the money I earn a month is just gone instantly. So
How much is it per trip, though?
about £10. So there and back's about £5 something.
Crazy. Yeah, my roommate's going to be paying something like 12 or 13 bucks each way too. Now, once we move.
You're out, girl. Not too bad.
All right.
Go to work. Have a good day.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get a clock in there, so catch you later. Have fun today.
All right, take care, Seth.
Kill me.
See you, buddy.
Love you guys.
All right, love you too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let's everybody wipe away our tears. Hopefully he'll be back next Sunday. Actually, he'll be back this Sunday.
Now I'm the pretty one.
That is next Sunday.
Yes, it is. All right, God willing, let's see if everything works here. You are gosh, I got something in my throat. Last I remember, you are tying I know it's all black for you guys. You're tying a rope to a tree. You got 80 feet to go down. How long was the rope? Was it 50 feet or something like that, Deathic?
Yes,
Oh.
it was 50 feet.
Okay, so you can make it down the 50 feet. Let's just say that.
And then crawl climb the other 30.
Yeah. So is that the plan to give some climbing checks for the remaining 30 feet?
Yes. Or athletics checks, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's
Oh, and if anyone has any commentary about this plan, now is the time.
Yeah, because you weren't there last time to have any commentary on it.
It turned into the Krev show towards the end of last week.
Essentially, it's the only way that you are going to be able to sneakily get in here, because everything else after this part is all open and trees.
I think I just fell.
Yeah, I think you just fell too.
Which is funny as hell.
I go down first, and I notice him falling, and I do a backflip out of the way. It's the coolest thing the old man has ever done.
And
oh wait, did you want athletics, not acrobatics? I can roll athletics.
Yes, I want. Well, just take whatever your acrobatics roll was and add your athletics modifier. So adjust it for your athletics modifier.
-1. 17.
Sorry, what are we rolling?
You're rolling an athletics check to climb down the hill.
Well, we use a rope to get down most of it, and then there's 30 foot left, and we're using climbing to get the rest of the way.
Yeah. So
right now, I don't have a rope.
So Vorpal's climbing down, and he sees Krev. Sorry, Ventus is climbing down. Sees Krev and Brile take the fast way down. And Krev and Brile, I need you to roll 3d6, 1d6 for every 10 feet.
As they're falling, I pull up the hood of my Elven Kind cloak and I try to blend in, and I'm like, "You guys are being way too loud." As they whisk past me, flying to the ground.
It's basically as I land. Ow.
Yep. So Krev takes 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm now at 43 of 68.
Brile doesn't, because, you know, he just shapeshifts, because he can.
Is that your plan? Shapeshift mid-fall?
Shapeshift into a flying squirrel and just coast the way down.
Can you shapeshift as a reaction, though?
I don't.
I think you just flop on the floor.
What's it called?
It is a bonus action.
It's a bonus action.
Oh, does that work then? That should work, right?
Okay, then I'll give that. Yeah. I don't know if you're going to be falling for 6 seconds, which is a quote unquote turn, but I will allow it.
Hey, out of game real quick, Deathic, I have 2 sorcery points left. Did we use a bunch of stuff earlier? Or should I be full?
There was the combat with the orcs, but I think there's been a short rest since then, so if you get your sorcery points back after short rests, you do have them back.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah, I think I should be at 2. What? Wait, I specifically remember you and I talking about we should rest before we go in, because this is going to be...
Yes, actually.
I think you guys took a long rest before you got here. So I'd bump you up.
Alright, then I should actually be at 58 hit points then.
So,
10 down to max.
How much time would I have if I shapeshift really quickly to try to catch one of those guys from falling?
Wow.
Probably nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of stretching the rules just to let you shapeshift, to let your form absorb the impact of whatever damage this was.
Oh, I'm not going to land at all.
Shapeshifting into a flying thing. I would say that by the time...
And
I would say by the time you shapeshift, Krev is on the ground. Because I can't remember the numbers, but I did look into how quickly somebody falls and things like that, and it's pretty flipping quick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You fall many feet in a turn. Many.
Not to say you suck or anything, but
hey.
Look, if I had been given the option to cast Fly, I could have, but I didn't.
Just roll your damn 3d6 and suck up your damage.
I did.
No, I'm talking to Brile. I'm talking with you.
No, I'm flying. Screw that noise.
All right. So
turn into a giant eagle. That lets me scout anyway.
We've already done the scouting.
And lets me scout some more.
Okay, so you turned into a giant eagle?
do keep in mind that we are trying to be stealthy, and all of a sudden a giant eagle has turned up.
Did we roll stealth rolls?
We're far enough away that, it was either climb down being stealthy or take the rope and not have to worry about the stealth aspect.
You did roll stealth rolls at the end of last turn, or end of last session, and you were being quite stealthy to get to where you are. And where you where you are is right at the edge there. I know you see everybody's tokens there. I just had everybody ready. Excuse me. We're going to have Seth and Mums. Seth had taken the villagers back to Bel Air, I think it was. So that's what Seth and Mums are busy doing right now. While you guys are, unless you want Seth with you, and somebody uses Seth's character, because hill giants.
Can we land on Seth's character? Will that cushion our blow?
No.
I mean, he might take extra damage, but fuck him.
I think if we're going to be consistent, Seth has to be non-combatant. So we might as well have him away and safe. And if we all die, then at least he'll have made it to the 1 year mark. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. At least he got to enjoy his anniversary.
Yes.
Who invited him?
Who, me? You did.
Yes, that's right.
Details.
Okay, so are you a flying eagle or not?
Yes. And then I'll fly up and around and just try to stay out of sight for a bit and kind of watch for a bit.
You're flying eagle or flying giant eagle?
Well, for this area, how unorthodox would a giant eagle be?
I think it would capture some notice.
Yeah, but they're not going to think, oh my god, that must be a druid. They'd be like, oh, look, wow, that's a big eagle.
Well, you tell me.
I'm a giant eagle.
I will provide the consequences to your actions.
I'm a giant eagle. I trust you that you're not a dumbass. I mean...
Oh, no, he's not. Absolutely not. The question is he going to be... we'll fill in the blanks later.
So, once you dust yourself off, you see ahead of you the tree stumps that you saw, or Krev and Mini Penny saw. You believe that the cave entrance that you had spied from the air is kind of around to your right-hand side. And ahead of you, I know it's not necessarily obvious on this map, but ahead of you is 20-foot high palisades that you remember from the aerial reconnaissance. These are the pens that are holding sheep, and there were some orcs in the center of this area kind of tending them, but given that they're 20 feet, you cannot see past them. So that's that little ridgy bump circular thing that you can see kind of ahead of you, beyond the tree stumps. What is the plan?
Be very, very quiet and head for that cave that we'd spotted.
Yeah, I want to throw a stealth check down and try to sneak in there. I got my cowl pulled up on my new cloak.
Sure, if you guys want to give me some stealth checks. Investigation. What are you investigating? How stealthy you are?
No, I'm looking around and seeing if there's anything we missed.
Yeah, there's 23 magic items and a well-hidden cache of weapons. What do you mean? What do you miss? You gotta tell me what you're investigating for. What table are you rolling off of?
That was 23 D100s. Just take each of those D100s. Give me my loot.
Wisdom checks made to see you have disadvantage and have advantage on stealth.
So you rolled a 14,
Cool.
not a 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 14s.
Yep.
One for him and one for me.
Okay, and we need a well, is Witchy? You're a giant eagle flying around, right?
Yes. So he's not particularly, but he is totally camouflaged.
Yeah.
I'll fly up high enough that I can still see, but like not look like I'm, maybe a trained owl or whatever,
Mm-hmm. Trying to fly casual.
Oh my god, it's a druid!
Yes, fly casual.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the picture towards the the bottom there, you see a bunch of orcs, about 5 orcs, hanging out by those red tents. They look like little red wizard hats. You see the in the watchtower to the left-hand side of the big log cabin. You see some hobgoblins hanging out up there. They notice you and take a little bit of interest in you. And then there's the small shack or whatever down towards the bottom. But other than that, that's the only activity. The only activity you see. Sorry, there was a hill.
Anybody in the watchtower?
Say that about the watchtower again.
Anybody in the watchtower that I can see?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 hobgoblins hanging out in there. They're the ones that took notice of this giant eagle flying around. And you'll remember that there was a hill giant just inside the doorway. You see that large doorway with the rock, kind of the main doorway into Grudhog on the right hand side. There's a hill giant just kind of hanging out there. Looks like he's standing sentry. And your plan?
I don't know about Witchy, but like I said, I think Ventus and I are heading towards that cave entrance.
Okay, and Witchy, what are you doing while they're scooting along towards the cave entrance?
So I'm trying to see the cave entrance. Is that like by the little witchy hat things, the tents?
No, you don't see it from the from where, well, you would see it. Can you see that ping?
The what?
Can you see my red ping on the map?
No.
Okay, 1 second here. I'm gonna move you right there. Gonna move you right there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep. No.
Yes.
Okay, good. I had to hop in the car real quick, so I'm away from the computer. If someone will move my character.
Okay.
Okay.
So Brile, there's the cave entrance right there.
Oh, I'm in the wrong map. Hold on. I see. Okay, hold on. Let me zoom in.
So they're gonna have to shimmy up about 200 or so feet to get to that cave entrance.
So if I'm gonna like fly kind of away a bit and then kind of come down and then fly down towards them, but really low on the ground, like close to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I can, I'll just grab them and pull them up.
Grab who and pull them up where?
You said these guys have to climb up a couple 100 feet?
No, they'd have to walk along the they'd have to walk a couple 100 feet to get to where your Brile token is. They're on the same they're on the same level as the cave entrance.
That's why we went down the rope.
I get it. I misunderstood you. Okay, well I'm gonna try to fly down to them, but I'm gonna fly away first and then down and then back towards them, just so it's not obvious from the watchtower or anything where I am.
Sure. All right. So Dethic and or Krev and Ventus are, and now are you still in Giant Eagle form, or are you back to Brile form?
No, I'm still flying.
Okay. Okay. Why don't Krev, you and Ventus, and don't worry about Jureg and Mini Penny. Why don't you guys move along the mountain hill there towards the cave entrance, if you so desire.
Yeah, let's get on up there.
Doing so. Sorry, for some reason, Roll20 is really slow right now.
Maybe it's not just me then. Well, and it could be the map too, because this is a pretty detailed and large map and all kinds of crazy stuff. You can see that the cave entrance or beyond the cave is certainly lit. There's kind of cut stone steps on the way up. Is that your? Yeah, it's your stealth. There's a smell, like, just dirty, unkept smell coming from in here. And the other thing you notice is the sound of snoring. Deep, guttural, really, low, big lung kind of snoring.
Okay. I turn back to Ventus. I've forgotten. Was our plan now to steal the horn?
You made the plan. That's on the
Oh,
plan.
fuck.
You go first.
Right. Steal the horn, or we were going to challenge their champion, and that was it. So we were going to make our way into the main entrance and challenge their champion, or we were going to steal the horn. Okay. So I'm going to sneak in. You have my stealth rolls.
Yep.
So I'm going to just move to the cave entrance.
Okay. You going on your own, or is everybody coming with you?
I'm coming with.
Okay. Witchy?
So tell me where are they?
They're right in front of you. They're right by your token.
Can you see your token?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to fix my sheet for the eagle. Oh, yeah, just with my, I guess, point of view, it's kind of, I guess it's just the trees. Okay, I get it. I was wondering what that was. And we're outside the thingy?
Yeah, you're outside the cave entrance.
Okay, I'll turn back into the human.
Okay. And, well, what the heck just happened? On my player map, I can see everything. Do you guys still have
we still have the darkness turned on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure we do. Yeah, that's all dark.
Okay. Let me just note that on the recorder, so I can deal with that later. That's really weird. Okay. So as this is going to be a bit of a challenge for me, because now I don't see what you see and don't see. But as you come around to the cave entrance and sneaking in, you can see these like palleted beds. Those are those brown things off in the distance there. This obviously looks like an area where something or someone would be sleeping.
Okay, and the snoring is coming from, like, up here somewhere.
Kind of.
So I can't see any creatures.
Yeah,
All I can see is
kind of a
dead bear.
little bit more around the corner.
All right, so going to continue sneak. Oh, hello. I can see this one, and I can see this one.
And they are both sound asleep. And so far, it doesn't seem like they have been disturbed by you. As you get closer, where you are right there, you can tell that these are just what they're sleeping on are just filthy, like flea-ridden, disgusting like pallets where, and 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 the pillows are actually really large sacks.
Right, probably of rotten grain. Anything anywhere that looks like this crate down here? Is it like a crate, or is it a badly made table sort of idea?
No, those are crates. They're kind of half smashed. There's some kind of food stuff kind of falling out of them. Food down around the ground, like rotten apples and stuff like that.
Right. So this is stairs going up, right?
Going down, I believe.
Down. All right.
I believe it's down.
Well, I'm keen to go and take a look, so I will move to here, and you can tell me if I have to do something weird, and I'm going to drag Ventus along with me because.
I'm sneaking behind you.
Okay, so far so good.
Okay.
Remind me, we're going for diplomacy or kill them all?
I remember hearing two.
Right now, there's two plans. They're both currently the same plan. Oh, I can move you around? That's funny. So currently they're the same plan. Both plans are the first plan is to sneak in and steal the horn and be done and be gone with it. The second plan is to sneak in and when we find Chief Guh, challenge her champion to prove that we are stronger than they are, and they should take us to the Storm King's. Essentially, to prove that we are stronger than they are, and to then have them take us to the Storm King's court. And yeah, because just kind of turning up at the Storm King's court could also be problematic.
Now, as you head towards these stairs, you are hearing some snarling and grunts coming from down that corridor or cavern.
Well, I see something here and here on the map right now.
Yes, those are two iron cages, and that's where the snarling is coming from. You're just at the mouth of that cave, at the top of those stairs or bottom of the stairs or whichever way.
Yeah, I'm exactly where I am.
Yeah. Well, I'm questioning how quickly my browser is refreshing to.
Okay, I haven't moved. I'm currently standing at the top of the stairs, heading down to
Yeah.
the second area where I pinged.
Yep. Yeah, and you see some cages there that the snarling is coming from. Right. And some other stuff off into that room. Like there's a table, but given the distance your way, and of course everything in here is huge, in terms of furnishings and such. But given the distance your way, other than that, you don't have any detail at this point.
Right. So. Hug the wall here, and we'll bring Aventus over to here. And can you see the move?
Yep.
Alright, so I'm going to bring myself over here now.
Okay, yeah.
We're just kind of hugging the wall. I am actually going to transfer walls I'm hugging over to this one, because I think that'll give me more visibility. And I'm also trying to keep this wall here between me and the cages to start with, because I don't actually want those creatures to notice me and start like making noise.
And so far, just based on you being relatively silent, it doesn't seem like they have noticed you.
Yes, but I am a half-orc, and if they have any sense of smell, they might start to pick me up soon.
That would be true.
Although I do, to be fair, I do have Krev bathe regularly.
And the other thing you notice as you did entering the cavern is this place is smelly and dirty, so you would really have to stand out.
Yeah. So we go to here. All right, what are these things at this point?
You see, and I can show you what these things are through the magic of the interwebs. You see a couple wild boars in these cages. I imagine you're kind of poking around the corner a little bit, just
that was the idea.
Yeah, give an idea or get a sense. They're in these iron cages. You see a bloodied a table off to the side there. And
so this is a larder/butcher's area.
It's kind of looking that way, yeah. Now, if you were to move any further,
they will see me. I know.
Now the question becomes whether they will identify you, yes, which probably they will.
All right.
You do also notice that the each of the cage has a door, as you would expect, kind of like a dog's kennel, with just a simple bolt latch on it. So there's nothing complex about these cages in terms of locks and things like that. So if you wanted a pet, it'd be pretty easy to get them.
Yeah, a wild boar pet, probably not the most housebreakable thing. So I actually have a solution for them being able to see us. I'll just make all three of us invisible.
Why not?
We will continue to stealth because we don't want people to hear us. But so for the next hour, I'll be holding in my mind that we should not be seen.
I like it.
And so I will now that I've done this. So usual thing, I blink for a second, my eyes go cat's-eyed, and then I blink again, and we're invisible, and you can't see them go back. But yeah, I just kind of wander into the middle of the room now.
And as you wander,
staying well away from the boars, so as not to antagonize them.
Yeah, they're kind of sniffing and snarling at each other, and you can see some entrails in amongst their caves. So that's kind of what they're going at. It looks like they've been previously fed. It's not so they don't have a full dinner plate. You see some. Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, it doesn't look like there's a corpse of a humanoid in there, or the remains of one.
No, on the table there, you'll see a couple of pieces that certainly look like they came off of something pig or boar-like. And in the crates and the barrel there to the south, you will also see like a just filth and entrails kind of stuffed into the to the crate, and again these boar or pig-like members kind of lying around. Based on the number of sheep that you saw outside there, it could be pig, it could be sheep.
They could be using the pigs to clean up, for all we know. I'm looking around and I'm going, and these people think that they'll be on top of the earth? Okay. So I think I'm going to poke south first before... Actually, no. I'm going to wander to here. Bring Ventus with. Actually, let me just select both of us. And then we're going to wander over here. So, these, up or down?
Those are down.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you've been slowly going down as you've been going through here.
Okay, so wander over this way.
And as from those stairs going down that you just pinged, you can hear a distinctly oinking like noise. And you can also hear some conversation going on in, I think, in a language that you don't quite pick up, but you've been around enough to know that it certainly sounds goblinoid.
Huh. Alright. So as I wander over this way...
You see a larger cave opening going back out to the Palisades, where you can see some...
Okay, so this is... This would actually go outside to where the sheep and the orcs were.
Yes. You see the tents there with the orcs around the fire.
Oh, I see them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then stairs up to your... I think to your left, to the northeast
this actually goes up.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to first explore the down.
Okay. And yeah, I still don't. I can see you moving around on my map. On the player's map, I don't see what you see and don't see. So I appreciate, like, you've been kind of indicating what you see and don't see. I may.
I've been trying to move in small steps, so that. Oh my, Varial has gone ahead, and so I'm catching up with him here.
No, you just dropped off my visibility for some reason, so I was trying to find you. Oh no, you're still at the top. Never mind, that was weird.
So we are going to go over here. So what are these? Because they're playing havoc with the line of sight stuff. These are bars?
Yes, those are about. I think they're about 2 or 4 feet high. If you want, especially given that you're invisible, you can move beyond them, and what you'll see is a large, what can be best described as a pig pen, with a bunch of bugbears roaming around, kind of tending to the pigs and such. There is a river, yeah, kind of river going through the, cutting through the middle of this room. Clean from the north side, but by the time it gets to the south side, it is just filthy of pig crap and things like that. And you now know where you've run into some of the oinking.
That thing that I just pinged, what is that?
Sorry, can you ping it again? Yeah, that's an interesting little thing, isn't it?
Two-headed.
It is a ugly-looking, two-headed humanoid with big gaping jaws and like saber tooth, and it or he or whatever it is walking around tending to the pigs. He's got a like a cleaver on one side. This guy looks like he's part of the pig killing. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I don't see a reason to really go deeper into their pigsty. Plus, I can't get over the wall. Like I can't. Like you said that I could climb over that. That's fine, but I literally cannot move the characters past the gate.
Do you, let me move them. Let me move them past there, so at least you can see what's going. Well, is that your plan to move beyond?
I don't think so. I think our plan is to go upstairs now.
Back the way you came.
Yes.
Okay, and
hey Brett, could you center us? I've lost us somewhere on the map.
Oh, sure. Okay. And I got a nature roll from Brial, which I'm assuming you are checking into what the heck that thing is.
Yeah, so and I looked up to see, which skills you should be using to make the identification, and I found a pretty good thing that I think makes sense. So nature for any animal or beast or more common types of lesser humanoids, and then history if it's like monsters of the region or whatever, like unusual monsters of the region or whatever. So I did both just in case.
Okay, so sorry, what you looked up was nature for which?
Hold on, let me just show you.
These guys, like the two-headed guy and the bugbears, they're just filthy. Like they look like dogs that have been playing in mud and filth all day, and they don't look like bathing is as high on their priority list as it is with maybe Krev.
This is not official. This is just the way some people have talked about it on Reddit. So I don't know if you think that makes sense, but because there's not really a identification skill for. So, anyways, that's why I did a roll on both just in case.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's good to know.
I don't know if you like that.
I would typically go with nature in general, but I like the idea of nature, religion, and arcana. I'd have to think about the history part a little bit more. So Brial, you would have heard of this being as an Etten, which I imagine
I know that out of character.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I was going to say that this is like the meaner side of an orc.
It has two heads.
Yeah, the guy with two heads.
And they're
they're strong, they're nasty, and they are none too bright, but very vicious.
Yeah.
Are they huge?
They are large.
Yes, they are large. You would know that each head has its kind of own personality. Like it's almost like two individuals trapped in the same body, or two heads trapped with the same body.
It is literally possible for it to hate itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
It's like one head could be annoyed that the other snores, the other head could be annoyed that one has had bad breath.
One head can punch the other head. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Ever get tipsy and then make out? I don't know.
So Krav, you said you're turning around to go back up?
Yes. Sorry. Brain's going bad places all of a sudden.
The other thing you would know is that Ettins are very, for the most part, are never asleep, because when one head is sleeping, the other one's awake.
Must have very stiff necks, so otherwise one head's just kind of lolled to one side. Anyway, let's go back over here. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is go down over to, I believe it was here. Yes, here.
Okay. And
I think we just made a loop. Yes, we did. All right. So this is basically one of their barracks and foodstuff areas. Now that we're invisible, I'm gonna head out the door and look at my half people sort of thing, because not really screw grunch.
Now, if you zoom out and look at the, or actually I can show it to you this way. Shoot, where'd it go? Anyways, I was going to say, if you zoom out and look at the overview of this place, here we go. You can kind of line up things that river that you saw going through the pig pen area is the source of the water coming out Grudhog, closest to the Palisades, if that makes sense.
Which is probably why it was so disgusting.
But yes, you are still invisible, and you come to the mouth of the cave. You see the orcs sitting around the campfire there. Excuse me. They're you can kind of hear them complaining about just kind of hanging out and.
Actually, I do want to sit and listen to them for a little
Okay,
bit,
sure.
a few minutes, just to get a sense. Who's in charge? Are they complaining about the hobgoblins? Are they complaining about the giants? What are they angry about
Yeah,
at the moment?
sure. And would you say it's been about 5 to 10 minutes since you did your invisibility thing?
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah. And how long would you like to hang out and listen to these guys?
About 5-ish minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah, during those 5 minutes, the first thing you notice is they're kind of complaining that they've got to look after these sheep and things like that, and they feel that's a pretty boring job.
That's beneath
Yeah, exactly. And
What are they speaking in?
Orcish.
Orcish.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And you hear another person mention, is it time to shift the guard, as it were, and they kind of indicate towards the tent. So you get the sense that there is this shifting guard that goes back and forth.
There are more.
Yeah, exactly. You do hear talk about Chief Ga, and they're this better work out for the better of all of us, and hanging out with these bugbears and goblins and other goblinoids is not on the top of their list, and they're here more to get the spoils from Chief God than the rest of the creatures that you've seen.
Ventus leans over to Krav and whispers, I can fireball them.
I lean back over to Ventus. I know, but we don't have enough information. I want to
They're in
here.
But look at them. They're all tightly stacked together. Okay, fine. All right.
Don't worry.
Can you twin and can you twin?
We will be able to fireball shit tons of stuff.
Can you twin invisibility on a fireball?
Twin invisibility.
Poof! What happened?
That would be funny.
Yeah.
And the flames are all invisible still. What?
You also notice at the mouth of the cave that off to your extreme right, so southwestish, is another large cave, exactly. A cavern heading back into...
And that's exactly where we're heading next.
Now, one thing I'm not very keen on with the dynamic lighting here is that they have dynamically lit the edge of the rise that you're going down there. So you feel free to go, especially given you're invisible, but feel free to go all the way to the bottom if you wish, or even like that works there, or even
This is just leading back. Oh, good lord. So this entire network down here, everything is just all linked through together.
Yep.
So we're now on the pig side of the... What's the point of this pig pen area here if the pigs can just get out this way?
Get out which way? Up
Here.
the stairs or whatever?
Or are these stair sizes like several feet? The pigs wouldn't be able to make it.
Yeah, we're looking at large, like giant-ish size. Yeah, I'm gonna move your characters just down here so you can get a sense of because again the dynamic lighting I don't think you were able to see beyond.
Yeah. So the moment we walked in there, it's like, oh, pigs.
Yep. Now the other thing you notice, you see those dashed circles in on the floor.
what's over here?
Mm-hmm.
Those dashed circles on the floor, and yeah, I'll get to that in a second there, Krav. Those dashed circles on the floor are actually not on the floor. They are in the ceiling, and you can see through grates up above to the next level, which you would know is the longhouse portion of this whole thing. And you can hear some commotion going on up there. Certainly sounds like some big and heavy things are moving around. And one thing that you can hear more often than not is this deep bellowing voice saying, "Food! Feed me!" And you hear some moving around and more.
Right. So that's probably Chief Guh. And yeah, hill giants, I believe, are well known for their appetite.
Yep. Now, before I get to
these might be, we might not want to stand underneath these grates because, pigs will eat just about anything, and they might be using this for refuse disposal.
And you don't. There's certainly some.
His eyes widen, and he goes, "Oh, so it's like for And I quickly step out of the great train.
It doesn't look like stuff is thrown down there that often. Like there's a pile of garbage there, but certainly, yeah, there's.
I was thinking more of garbage rather than something else.
Yeah. Now, just before I get to that northern area that you pointed out to the south, you'll notice a break through the river there. There's a bunch of logs and mud and whatever there that you would feel that with some sort of work you could probably kind of shimmy through or climb through and continue in the way that that little riverlet is going. But of course, it would be very disgusting work, as you can see the bugbears and the Etten just kind of chucking pig droppings and just shoveling pig droppings and such.
I was figuring that essentially what they're doing is they're using this as literally a sewer. Whatever the pigs are leaving behind, they're just pushing into the water and letting nature take its course. I imagine every once in a while they send probably their least favorite comrade to go and break up any dams of shit that form.
So that's and you were asking about the area to the north there. You do see some other bugbears up there. You see that fenced in area. You're assuming to keep pigs in this general area. You do see some what looks to be another stair and
is the stair going up?
Slope, yeah, heading up there. So you've kind of hit the low point of this whole area. And
I make my way across, and
obviously these guys are moving about, so the Etten isn't necessarily just standing by the bridge or whatever. The other thing you hear in the north, the bugbears, they sound like they're being a little bit gruff. They're speaking in common in the north, and they're saying things like "shut up and be quiet if you know what's good for you." And
so I can make out that these are human. What's this?
Sorry, ping that again.
Trying to.
Yeah. You see some cages there. It's interesting that. Okay, you see some cages there with some humanoids in them. These cages don't look like they're incredibly well put together, and they've got like a big stone rock on top of them.
Right, but there's humans in this one.
Yep.
Or human-looking things. What's in that? It looks different. I can't tell from the zoom.
I'm just humanoid, yes, but looking more like the barbarians that you ran into before.
Oh, all right. So just another human. All right.
Yeah.
Well, now I feel bad. Because I'm just going to wander back out. And up the stairs.
Where are you right now?
I'm right here.
Okay,
That's
there
why
you are.
I knew to ping things.
Yeah.
I decided that it was okay to basically go up and look in here because you said we could cross these boundaries without too much trouble.
Yeah. I lost where your token was. That's all.
Sorry, I'm just taking care not to disturb the pigs or the bugbears, despite the fact that I would like to Eldritch Blast them all into oblivion, especially now that I see that they have thinking captives, whom I'm sure are also on the menu. That bothers Krev.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't. He's not sure why it's beginning to bother him, but it is starting to bother him.
Gotcha. And I would say you're about 20 minutes into your invisibility at this point.
Yep. And he is aware that he might have to spend his other spell staying invisible, depending on what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I can pitch in with a twin of invisibility if we run out. It's not a big deal.
The other option would be... Thing is, if we were to start killing people, the alarm would go up and we'd be fighting everyone. So...
There are a lot... So far, based on just what you've seen in this level, there are a lot of creatures.
Yes. A frontal assault, probably not so wise. So we continue. I'm heading for here. I'm gonna ping it.
Okay. Yeah, keep on moving. You continue to hear the calls of food from above.
Should I be rolling? What should I be rolling? Like, I, the player, know what that is.
Yep.
I was expecting to see one. But does Krev?
Let's go with nature check.
Where is he? Because I lost his token too, so.
That's what Krev sees, and I'll get you to where your token is in a second here. He's right here. Can you see my ping? He's to the west. He's to the west of the Etten, but he's actually you can't see the him again because of the dynamic lighting. Let me grab your tokens and move you over there. There's Ventus, and where's Witchy? Where's
Way
Brian?
over to the left there on the other side of the fence.
Oh. There you go. I went to remove the dynamic lighting that goes along that those whatever you'd call those places, ledges, I guess. But it would remove a lot of the other dynamic lighting. So nature check. You don't know much about that guy, but you see.
What about Barile and Ventus?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're losing those two. Okay, so now I know from Barile that, assuming Barile's going to tell me, that it's an Otyugh.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I whisper to you, what is that? What'd you say?
So I would like kind of nudge back to the boys and like whisper to them what it is and what I know about it, so you can say what I would say because I don't know.
Krev or Dethick, why don't you? I've got it in front of me, obviously, but why don't you start with what you know?
But from what I remember, they basically they're omnivores in the absolute sense of the term. They will literally eat anything, including filth. They are frequently used by monsters and wizards as essentially a living sewer system, because they will clean up absolutely anything.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And yeah, they're not picky about what they eat. They will happily kill something to eat it as well. They're somewhat powerful, not hugely so, but they are also very dangerous to fight in that because they are so filthy, they are all disease-ridden. Now, they're roughly immune to the diseases, but the things that they attack generally aren't. So they're dangerous in that it's like fighting a shit pile that can bite you.
Oh, great.
And from Brile's roll, the other thing that you would know is that one of the things that they'll do is kind of burrow into like filth and garbage and stuff, and just lay there with kind of tentacles hanging out. And as
their eyes are on their tentacles.
yeah, and as something would come nearby, it would. So you look like you're looking at a bunch of garbage, and it would come out and attack you. They're awesome. DMs love them.
Yeah, there is a rather funny image. I think it's in the DMG or the Player's Handbook, or sorry, the Monster's Manual. I'm not sure. Basically, of an outhouse on top of an Audiog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys, I have to go to get ready for my call, so don't let me die in the next 40 minutes. Remember, I like fire. Note that. And I'll be back on in just a little bit.
Don't worry. If we have to go pyro, we will go full pyro.
Yeah, I think we know you like fire. Somebody told us or something this one time.
Yeah. Okay.
Quickly, swap all the spells for cold.
We'll see you in a bit, Ventus. Vorpal.
Have fun. All right.
Now,
so first things first, I'm just going to look in here.
Well, let me, as you do that, let me also describe a little bit of what you see there. Pigs are just being slaughtered here. You can tell just by all the blood and everything that's around. The hill giant that's moving from table to table with an axe is cutting up pigs and chucking the garbage towards the Atioth. Atiog, who's happily devouring said stuff. It is even more disgusting and filthy and whatever, just not fun to be around and smell. The stuff that the Atiag doesn't get, he's chucking them in the stream as well. So the stream is slightly bloody and guts as it goes from north to south there. You see a ladder just kind of behind them that heads up, obviously, to the upper level there.
Yep, that's where we're going.
Yeah, hill giant is just covered head to toe in pig blood and all that kind of stuff. You see a great
probably just fine with it.
Yeah, and you see a great axe lying up against one of a great club lying up against one of the tables there. And I'm going to describe where you are right now. Can I get a couple perception checks from you guys, please?
Yes.
Okay.
The second one is actually Ventus's, although it says my name.
Okay, thanks. In the area that you're in right there, obviously some sort of den, probably for the hill giant that you just passed there. Sleeping pallet again, half empty barrel of pig snouts and vinegar is in another barrel. There's some old crates and a couple empty iron cages as well. Flies are buzzing around the crates, and which is very obvious that it contains a half-eaten corpse, and it's very easy for you to identify that corpse used to be an orc. And then there is also beside the crate a blood-stained sack sitting there.
I would like to investigate the sack.
Investigate how? As in open?
Yes.
Poke with a 10-foot pole?
I cast the level 2 spell. Give me all your goodies.
Give me another stealth check to see how quietly you open this sack up. Please, thank you.
Okay.
Can you ping where the sack is?
It's right back here by this crate. It doesn't actually show on the map. As you open up the sack, you hear clinking of coins, as you would expect that as you open up a sack, things are kind of resettling, and you see a bunch of lots and lots of copper, silver, and gold coins in there, and roll me a 1d4, please. Amongst the coins and such, you also see like a really stinky wheel of cheese. It's got mold all over it and doesn't look very nice. While you're doing this, so you're kind of in the back of the cavern there. You hear the chopping of pigs stop.
I'm watching at the entry here still
Okay.
where I am. Okay.
And you see the hill giant kind of look in your general direction as he hears these coins kind of clinking around.
Okay, so I just kind of back away from everything.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any rocks or stones or anything on the ground?
Yeah, there's a few rock, stones, a couple bones and stuff like that too.
So is there one I could pick up and like throw in some alternate direction to distract from where we are?
Assuming he's not looking at the stone, like magically pick up off the ground and throw away.
If you are where you're at, you could probably find a stone that's out of his view. He's just stopping it.
Don't throw it very far, but
okay. Where do you throw it?
give me a sec. So I'll stand right, come up to the edge a little bit, and then I guess I'll throw it into the water, maybe.
Okay.
The stone's not invisible is the problem, so he'll see a stone arcing through the air and landing in the water.
Well, I'm gonna look at him first to see where he's looking. I'm not gonna be that obvious, but he might not see it either. Like seeing a stone is, if you're not specifically, I don't know, there's a chance he won't see it. But anyways, I'll be trying to obviously not do it if he's looking right at me.
Well, you're invisible, so he is looking in the general direction of that doorway because he heard the coins clinking. You can see the wheels kind of turning in his brain, but he doesn't seem to be. He hasn't been making any movements that way. So do you chuck the stone?
I'm gonna watch his head, and if his head turns away from me, then I'm gonna chuck the stone.
Okay. After a few minutes, he looks a little bit disinterested, and he goes back to chopping at his table. So he's not looking directly at you anymore.
Oh, then I won't chop. I won't throw the stone. Then I'll just hold on to it.
Okay. And
I'm going to move away from that because I don't want to risk that again.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'd like to do is actually just come over here. Hang on.
Obviously, you didn't get a chance to count all the coins and their stuff in there, but there was, there's a significant haul in there.
Yes, so if we do wind up having to kill everyone, we'll go back there and collect. If anybody else wants to risk getting the stuff, that's their prerogative. Ventus doesn't want to burn that, so that's him out. Sorry, Vorpal. And Brile, well, Brile can be Brile.
Opening the
And
sack. Opening the sack is one thing. Grabbing all those coins and then putting them on your person will be an entirely another thing.
yes, that's just it. I would like to go up this ladder and see what's happening.
Sure. Let us take you up that ladder. You're gonna go dark for a second.
I started that way.
It would seem that me trying to put you guys on, or putting all the maps on all the same spot caused some issues. So it seems that things are going a little bit better now.
Okay.
And
so
you can probably see. Let me see here. I've got your tokens at the wrong spot. So give me a moment here. Turn those tokens off. And turn these guys on.
ooh, meat hooks.
Yes. And let me give you a little bit of description about what's going on here. Yes, you've got all kinds of bead hooks sitting there. Floor is stained with pools of blood. It's tough for you to go anywhere without seeing blood around here. You're hearing some nattering of voices around the corner to the doorway there. Again, goblinoid. Beast and humanoid carcasses are hung off of a couple of the hooks, but not every hook is full of something. The ladder you came up was quite a large ladder in terms of the rungs were quite spaced apart, again, probably for large and huge creatures. So you got up with some difficulty, but you got up there. And I would say you're probably somewhere in the area of 25 to 30 minutes into your invisibility. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I believe so.
Because anytime you're kind of, first of all, you're stealthing, so you're going half speed. And then anytime you're stopping to check stuff out is at least a few minutes right there.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't think there's a problem right now.
Yep.
We've gotten a fair amount of information. Now I'm guessing as I round the corner here, if I go over to here or possibly even here, should I be able to see on the other side of this? Like, how big is this thing?
I don't know if you should be able to see on the other side of that. That's interesting. Let me check the dynamic lighting layer, and let's see how big that thing is.
Because I can't, but I'm curious as to what that is, that I can just see the corner of it.
Yeah. Just hold your tokens where you are for a second here. Dome-shaped fireplace. Yeah, I would say you cannot. But let me...
Okay, I know there's something big over there, but I don't know what it is. Done.
Let me... Yeah, you know what? That's a fireplace going right up through the roof.
Okay.
So we will do this and be done with it.
All right. So I see goblins.
You see goblins, but not only do you see goblins, you see them tying a halfling to a wooden spit and stoking the fire.
Oh no. Is the halfling already dead?
No, the halfling is protesting the tying to the spit.
Oh god.
I've always wondered what a halfling tastes
Pretty halfling too.
Wrong
Do
gender.
such thing.
Lore would lore would not like it if you guys allowed the halfling to die.
He's at the bottom of the ladder, guarding the ladder. He won't even know.
No, he's taking other halflings back to their home. No, this is bad.
I can make it a handsome male halfling.
It doesn't
Just
matter.
to screw with your minds that much more.
Is there such thing?
If we attack, everything goes to shit. Actually, hang on. I need to check something.
The halfling. Go ahead and check. The halfling is making obviously a lot of noise and yelling and screaming, and that doesn't seem to have attracted any attention that you could notice at this time.
Yes, well.
Through the doorway to the east, almost directly across from all this, again, you hear lots of moving around and activity. You can hear the large footfalls of what you would imagine are more giants of some sort, and the continued call for food. Food! I need more!
So
I was hoping I could use the ice rune to put the fire out, but that doesn't seem to be an option.
I can put out fires though.
One that large?
I was going to say how large.
It says campfire, right? But I could just keep trying. It maybe just be an extended roll or extended. It'll just start dying off, wouldn't it?
I don't think so, because even if you put out a small section of it, the rest of the heat would still be there. It would reignite faster than you could cast.
What are you planning on using to put out the fire?
I'm sure he's using Druidcraft.
Yeah, using Druidcraft. That's what I was thinking. If it was like an extended action over like a few rounds, like would that not make a difference?
It certainly would. You'd be visible.
Yeah, my gut says it's for putting out. You instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. My gut says that as soon as you snuff out like a small area of that fire, and it's quite the big fire. I don't think that you'd be able to keep up with it. It would go poof and then back up, and then like it's.
So
You're bailing.
Wait, Ventus, does he still have sleep?
I would believe he does. I don't think that would be something that he would give up.
He did. It's not on here anymore.
Oh, he gave up. I can't imagine he would give up sleep.
And so did I, because I thought he had it.
How many people are up here? Because I can't see the map for a few minutes.
You see 5 goblins wrestling with tying a.
There are 5 goblins and a halfling here. There are 3 goblins just outside. Now there's a lot of noise and shit going on, so what I was hoping we could do is just sleep a lot of them and rescue the halfling that way, but that's not an option. Now, I'm sure we could kill them all relatively in relative short order, but that's going to summon a fair amount of commotion. And there must be a giant or two around here, but we can't let the halfling die.
So what if I
burn to death?
I mean, I could make it look like the fire sparked and start another fire and have them like, oh, what? And like try to put out the fire and then keep doing that, and that would distract them. But I mean, I still don't know how we'd get to the halfling unless we invis them or something. that make any sense?
Actually, the halfling is pretty much tied down. Yes.
They're halfway there.
Yeah, but here's. Yeah, hang on.
In the next few minutes, between 5 goblins, that halfling will be tied to a spit, and she continues to yell and scream and call out for help to no avail. And I'm assuming this conversation you guys are having you're having it around the corner in a quiet sort of way.
In a whispery sort of way.
Yeah. Each creature in a 30-foot. Okay. A 30-foot cone. So that would get everyone. I can fear the lot of them. They'll run away screaming, not knowing what the hell's going on.
That'll get a lot of attention.
But then Ventus could invisible the halfling and me. Problem is the halfling will also be feared. Likely.
Halfling's pretty
He
feared
can't
to
run
begin
anywhere.
with.
Yeah, and the halfling can't run anywhere because it's half tied down.
Yeah. You're gonna hear some noise in the background. Just opening up a window in the office.
Yep.
Is it a beautiful day in the neighborhood?
Oh, it's lovely. And this office is a bit of a greenhouse effect, so it can get warm if it's a nice summer day.
Other possibility is that I polymorph myself into a hill giant and just basically bluff my way out of the fact that I don't speak giant or goblinoid and just kind of push the goblins away and take the halfling.
Well, whatever you're going to do, you should do it pretty quick because they pretty much have the halfling tied down and are going to start lifting that spit into the fire.
Okay. I was going to ask Vorpal his opinion, but he's not here. Witchy, which solution do you like better? Unless you can come up with an ultimate solution right now. Do you want me to try and fear them all to get them to run away and leave the halfling alone? Or do you want me to try and do an intimidation check, which I'm good at, as a hill giant, and basically just take the halfling from them? And if
What if we polymorph the halfling to a giant?
That's likely to cause a little more suspicion that something very fucked up is going on, and the halfling may resist the spell because he's scared in his mind and not sure what's happening.
Well, I mean, I could summon something. I mean, at this point, if you're going to fear them, they're all going to start screaming. It's going to draw attention. So, I mean, just as easily.
That's why I'm thinking the bluff check might be more useful. Or the intimidation.
Which could then devolve into something else. But I mean, I think that's more viable.
All right.
But then, what were you gonna? How are you gonna bluff them? Like, what are you gonna say? Oh, don't kill this guy.
No. I'm just gonna go in there, growl at them, and take it away. And if they come around the corner, maybe you could be there in a bear form and rip their throats out.
So the goblins have picked up the spit and are starting to march towards the fire with the halfling just out of her wits right now.
Okay.
Hold on, let me try something first. Okay. And give me a second. Oh, where's the stupid thing that you made? Oh, it's on here. Where am I?
Somewhere in Toronto.
Low is bad, right? Or low is good?
What are you trying to do?
I
got it. Yes, you in order to get what you want to get, you want to roll below a 14.
Oh, so that's awesome. Okay, excellent. So I'm summoning. Oh my God, where's my thing? Sorry, I didn't have it ready. What's the one that are they brownies or whatever that have little sleep arrows?
Well, I'm glad we discussed this before you did it, but it seems to be an alright idea.
Yeah.
Like, I have these 2 plans. Pick one. I'm gonna cast a spell.
Here's the third one.
And then I'm just like, no, let me try something. And then I run over and I summon. Oh, what the hell? I have a thing somewhere that gives me all the. 1 second. Conjure woodland beings.
Very organized.
I normally am, but for some reason I can't find this because I have like a little screenshot of everything.
I know. The weird thing is, I think you showed me this, so I know you've got it somewhere.
Yeah. So what?
The funny, ironic thing is, I just found it. I must have left these on the desk.
List.
I was going to say the funny, ironic thing is that I have a list of the things that you can turn into and a couple other cheat sheets that I have printed out, and I couldn't find them where I usually keep them. So my guess is I left them in the office and my wife put them safely away somewhere that I don't know where they are.
Wow, I found a different list. And it looks interesting. So I don't know. Okay, so is it Pix? Let me just look at Pixies real fast. East Elemental Face. No, it's not the Satyr. I'm sure it's not the Dryads, is it?
What do you're looking for? Something that does what?
The guys that sleep arrows.
Attack. I don't know if it's pixies. It might be brownies, actually.
That's what I was thinking it was brownies, but it might be pixies. Hold on, I'll just search on the Stew page. Sleep. Polymorph sleep. Okay, Sprite. Keep them out of harm's way because they have an amazing innate spellcasting list. 1 times a day, confusion, dancing lights, detect evil, good, detect. Oh, that could work too. It's not the ones I was thinking of, but whatever. I'll just go with sprites, or pixies rather. Oh no! So it is sprites with the arrows, and it's pixies that have the spells. Both of them are CR 1/4, so it doesn't matter. So I'll just do the pixies because I think they'll be more useful long term. So I summon a shitload of pixies, and
How many is a shitload?
I think it's like 8 or something. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. They're 1/4. I have to go back to my character sheet, spells. Ta-da! There we go. Did that post?
Yep.
Okay, so yes, 8. I just summoned 8 pixies.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to look up pixies, and then I say to them, I don't see the thing I don't like is I don't see the thing. Which one of the are pixies invisible or is it sprites that are invisible?
I
believe either of them. Like
I know sprites can turn invisible, and I'm just quickly looking up pixies.
I'm gonna look up
because they're one of the few that aren't in the.
Yeah, it's not in the thing. That's why. Okay, Pixie 5e. So this is a green flame moment, but it's only going to be like this for like the first couple times I cast the spell.
You promise?
No.
Pixies have magic resistance. They have innate spell casting.
While you guys are working this out, I'm going to stay hidden and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. They have innate spellcasting. They can do druidcraft at will, and once a day they can do confusion, dancing lights, detect evil and good, detect thoughts, dispel magic, entangle, fly, phantasmal force, polymorph, and sleep.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about them being invisible. I thought they were for some reason.
Sprites can do invisibility.
Whatever. They're pixies. I already said pixies. Maybe I didn't think well, but whatever. So I'll conjure them around the corner, and I'll say, "Quick, put these guys to sleep, or do what you do to stop them from killing that innocent little thing."
Okay.
He says that innocent little thing and points at the halfling.
Alrighty, let's do a sleep spell then. because you guys would certainly get. Well, actually, the pixies aren't invisible, are they? So I think we're going to do a.
I summoned them around the corner. I
Yeah,
said that.
I know, but I imagine they need line of sight to cast their sleep spell.
Right. And they're tiny and stuff. I think they probably have a pretty good bonus.
Yes,
It's
but
all good.
what I'm saying is that I think we're in an initiative roll with the pixies and the goblins to see who notices who first.
True story.
True story. And a pixie has a dex of +5.
Okay. I'll roll.
I was going to say, do you want to get really picky and do an initiative for each of them, or just an initiative as a group? And I'll balance that with whatever you decide. So if you do your initiative as a group,
only one of them it has to sneak around the corner to cast sleep, right?
Yeah, but if sleep doesn't affect all the goblins, then if all the pixies have initiative, then they will just be able to go sleep, 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 and hopefully just take care of all of them.
True.
Yeah. So before I roll the goblins initiative, do you want to do this as just a group against a group, or do you want to do 5 goblins against... How many pixies did you bring around?
8.
8. Tell you what, let's do this. You roll 2 initiatives. A group of 4 and a group of 4, and I'll roll 1 initiative.
I'm back. Are we still working out the...
The pixies showed up. We just rolled initiative because they're going to come around the corner to attempt to sleep the goblins. And the goblins rolled a 3, the pixies rolled a 9 and 23, so all the pixies get to go first.
Huzzah!
So, group 1 with the 9, or I guess 23 rather.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They all go before the goblins.
Okay, so there's 8 of them. So, group 1 with the 23, they're gonna peek around and like cast sleep and giggle and then whatever they do. So that's 4 sleep. That'll be 4 sleep spells.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to remember. Is this a save against sleep, or is it just purely based on hit points?
It's based on hit points. I
Yeah.
don't think there's a saving throw.
No. Okay, so you roll a 5d8.
Is this per spell?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think you can stop rolling. All of the goblins, and including the halfling. No hobbits are allowed in D&D. Halfling fall asleep.
Okay.
Now, the goblins in the other room notice these pixies flying around or moving around, and these goblins and halfling just fall asleep and boom, fall on the floor.
Oh, let me do a stealth roll. Maybe they don't notice. It's stealth plus dex, right?
Actually, I was going to do a perception roll.
That's probably better.
Yeah. To see whether they're kind of keeping an eye on what's going on. Based on their perception roll, they didn't really notice because everything else is going on kind of busy. But as time goes on, they may notice a bunch of sleeping goblins on the floor.
Okay. I go. I untie the sleeping halfling. And I pick it up. Her up. Come back around the corner. And actually,
I wouldn't even rouse her.
I was gonna say, do I have a something that I can that I can like prevent her from screaming with temporarily, while I basically say, "Shh, we're rescuing you. Don't yell."
Well, she's asleep to begin with.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
But when I wake her up, I don't want her first word to be, "Half orc."
Well, you can put your hand over her mouth. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is roll a stealth check. I know you're still invisible, but a stealth
Yeah,
check to see
I know.
how well you accomplish this without anybody.
Anyone else
Yeah,
noticing?
I will give you advantage given that you are invisible and that there's obviously enough activity going on.
I'm glad you gave me
Yeah,
advantage.
you are good. So you untie her and drag her
Bring her around the corner.
back around the corner.
Yeah. Now, I'm still invisible, am I?
I would say you're about 35 minutes, unless something's happened to stop the invisibility.
Is still invisible?
Ooh, good question.
That wasn't an offensive spell. It's attack, right? Not just spellcast. Am I right?
We're about to find out. The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. You cast a spell.
Okay, I'll stay around the corner.
I tap Brian on the shoulder. Can you wake her up? I don't want her just lying here in case somebody else comes by.
I was going to suggest it actually.
Okay.
So
I don't want to turn.
I cover her. I cover her mouth, and then I rouse her. And I put my fingers over my lips with the other hand. I'm like, shh, it's getting out.
And her eyes go wide, and she looks as calm as she can look given everything that's gone on.
So I say,
But
Can I remove my hand?
and she gives you one of those wide-eyed nods of she doesn't entirely trust you, but she'll take her chances at this moment.
Okay. So I remove my hand and I keep my other finger to my mouth, like shh. And then
I tap Brian on the shoulder, and I know she can hear me at this point. Do tell her that you have two invisible colleagues, half-orc and human.
I'm sure you heard that.
Actually, because Deathic was whispering, I cut away half of it.
So I said, I whispered to her, I have two friends with me. They're invisible. That's how we got to you. One's a half-orc, one's a human. Don't be alarmed when they suddenly appear.
And she's still giving you this wide-eyed look and kind of, shakenly in shock, kind of nods her head and.
Okay, now that we prevented an atrocity. Wait, I don't rile. That's not fair. I would like to sneak and basically just look at two areas. So I'm trying to kind of poke my way. Aha! Okay. So there's Guh. How big is this creature?
Which creature? Guh?
That one.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about Guh, if I shall. You see a big feasting hall, for lack of better terms, with a bunch of hill giants roaming around, some ogres standing as a guard in front of Guh, what you assume to be Guh, and a bunch of goblins roaming around. They are bringing her food, and she is huge in both hill giant way and in the way that she is just eating away at whatever food is around her. She is lying or sitting on a wagon, which is just bending under the weight, and she's got food all around her, and she's got like bones and food garbage all around, and such empty casks of wine, just stuff. She doesn't care where the garbage goes. She only cares that she's being fed. She is probably about, if she isn't twice the size of a hill giant that you'd regularly see or be aware of, she's getting there. She
to myself, maybe we just need to wait for her to have a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly. She is.
I whispered to crowd, "Can't you shrink people?"
She
Cast liposuction.
She is thousands upon thousands of pounds. And you can also see around her on this wagon is there's, beyond the food, there's also coins, figurines, some chests, some small coffers. There's a halfling statue, life size, sitting beside the wagon. There's some instruments. There's actually a puppet theater with gold trim around it. Like, there's just a menagerie of stuff in front of her. The other thing you'll notice about her, you don't really get the sense that if she even can move, that she would not move very quickly.
Yeah. She's got to have some sort of power, magic. I imagine some of the items around here might be enchanted. Simply because she's got to be able to project her authority somehow. I can't imagine hill giants would respect someone just because. She's got to have some sort of thrall on them.
Well, this may not be the power that you're looking for, but she does have a great club nearby, and every now and then she'll hit one of the hill giants or ogres with it and say, "More food! Bring me more food!" And the other thing you notice, she is a female hill giant, as much as that can be determined. All the other hill giants you've come across so far have been male in this area, in this lair.
What do I know about hill giant biology?
Give me a nature check and let's find out. Biology?
Biology and or sociology. Like, is this a case where hill giant females are very, very rare, and therefore they are always in charge because that's where the next generation comes from?
Mm-hmm.
And literally, it's who gets to be the father is the game that all the other hill giants are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Or did she just kill all her competition?
Mm-hmm.
And eat them.
Give me a nature check. Please and thank you. You have heard that they tend to be a matriarchic society. So it wouldn't be too unsurprising that a female is leading the pack.
So when we killed that lone female hill giant, we basically massively shot her. We probably killed a quest giver. I don't believe it.
I don't remember seeing it.
We had too many anyway.
Okay. So...
And I would say you're probably somewhere about 40 minutes into your invisibility.
Oh, I know. It's wearing off soon. Oh! A thought occurs. Do any of us have anything that might be poisonous to a hill giant?
Poisonous to a hill giant?
Yeah. She'll eat anything. What if we poison her? Oh, actually, simpler. I look around for something that might be plan. I need to get something that we can basically just have brought to her as food. Only I'm going to hide a dagger in it and hope that she swallows the whole thing whole.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, eating a blade's not necessarily a good thing to do.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to kill her stealthily.
Kill her. Okay.
Well,
Do we have to kill her?
no.
I
We
see.
could follow through with the other plan, which was to attempt to basically challenge her champion. But that requires us essentially walking into the middle room saying, "Surprise!"
What if we polymorph her?
I can do that.
So can my guys.
I assume you guys are having
Let's
this chat back in that back room.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. What would we turn her into?
Something small. A pig. One of the boars.
Sow, certainly, but that could cause enough confusion for us to see if we could find the horn.
And they might eat her. Or try. I guess she turns back, but whatever. It would be funny.
You've got a bunch of pixies. Have them turn her into a sow. If she turns back, have the next one turn her back into a sow.
That makes sense. And
Okay.
I
So we have a plan. While that's happening, myself and Ventus are going to look around the throne and see if we can find the horn that we're looking for.
these are not the horns you're looking for.
Let's give this a shot. If it all goes south, well, it was a really cool plan.
True enough.
And exits are here. And just let me do a quick look up here as well, if that's okay. I'm assuming that that's also an out.
I am back.
Yes. Hey.
Is this also an out?
Were you gone?
Yes, to your west and to your.
You were pining for me every second.
To your west and to your north are large drapes that that you can certainly see around. Like they're kind of billowing in the wind a little bit, and yes, they are outs. So why don't we? Ventus just got back. As something is about to happen, so why don't we just take a quick break? You guys can mention to Vorpal what you're up to, and be back in about 5 minutes, and then execute the plan. Is that all right?
Execute that.
Yes.
Oh yes.
So
Sure.
the plan, Vorpal, very very quickly, is that we've found Chief Guh. She's around the corner here and is like. Did you ever watch the first Blade movie?
Yes.
Do you remember the vampire in the Chinese restaurant that was so big it couldn't move?
Oh, the big fat one.
Yeah. That's basically Chief Guh. She's thousands of pounds heavy, probably can't move. We figure that the only reason she's in charge is she's the only female here.
And I'm sure they're all like thoroughly impressed by her gargantuanness.
Yes, and they tend apparently. We managed to work out from nature checks that hill giant societies are matriarchies, and that the females are actually there's a huge disproportionate in the birth rate. It also means that when we killed that female hill giant way back when, we probably killed a quest giver. Because that was likely either her daughter or sister or something. And yeah, so she's been demanding more food. Our plan, because we brought in, we summoned a bunch of. Oh, did you miss the fact that there was a halfling here that we rescued? There was a halfling that we rescued in the kitchen. Witchy summoned a bunch of sprites. They put the goblins to sleep, and also the halfling. So we rescued the halfling, and the halfling is now in the larder with the meat hooks, scared out of its wits, but being quiet. We're going to get the rest of the pixies to, in turn, polymorph Guh into a boar or a sow, a wild sow. And in the ensuing chaos, you and I are going to sneak in, because we're still invisible for the next 15 minutes or so, and try and find the horn to take us to the court of the Storm King, and then we're all going to leave with our friend who we just rescued.
Cool.
And yeah, and now if she manages to get herself back into form, that's when we're gonna have a succession of pixies turn her back into a pig. And yeah, we're just going to use the madness that will follow that, and we'll see how this plays out. And if this doesn't work, it was still a really fun plan.
I like it. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, now
Me
it's
too.
break time, and I need to go and get some more coffee. So I will be back as soon as I can get it made.
Yep, me too. I'll be right back.
Steve. That's what they all say.
Or just me.
True story.
True story. Everybody else taking a bit of a break too?
Not me.
Dedicated.
So my best friend's dog is a what the hell is she? She's she's a bigger dog, blah blah blah. I wish my brain was working today. She's a half pit bull,
Yeah.
half Roddy.
Yeah.
Biggest, most amazing suck you've ever seen.
Uh-huh.
She's never even in place, and she's a puppy, nipped anybody. She like refuses to.
Mm-hmm.
So like she knows the power of her bite or whatever.
Yep.
But anyways, she started limping last week, and and then I guess they found her like non-responsive sort of
Oh wow.
the other day. So she bounced back, but they brought her in, and the doctor thinks she had a seizure, but she has stage 3 bone cancer.
Oh no.
So I have to try to get out there get up to see him this weekend. But yeah, it's pretty awful.
Where are they?
He's here. He's in Toronto, but
Okay.
he's like in the beaches or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So I haven't been up there in a bit, and I haven't seen the dog, but she's like family still. So
That's too bad.
have to get out there sometime today.
It's about a year ago this time we lost our dog. It was February last year. They got it from Humane Society, Marty. From what they believe, it was a Schnauzer Poodle mix.
Mm-hmm.
And they told us he had a high grade. He was 4 years old when we got him. He had a high grade heart murmur. So they said, could be months, could be years, you never know. So we had him for 4 years. Pretty good dog. Didn't always listen, but had been trained previously and things like that. But unfortunately, went into what do they call it? Not cardiac arrest, but anyways, we could notice things were happening. Yeah. Took it to the vet, and the vet said, "Yeah, it's happening."
That's too bad.
Yeah, dogs become family. Pets become family.
Mine has what's the name of the disease, Curtis? Cushing's.
Has which?
Cushing's disease.
Oh yeah, what's that?
And he's pretty young for it too. It's where they have a tumor on either their pituitary gland or their kidney that causes overproduction of cortisol, which causes all these problems with liver and other stuff like that when it's overproducing. So, anyways, it's treatable to some degree, but it's usually still reduces your dog's life expectancy significantly.
Mm.
And he was so young when he got it, so that's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
So we have he's not needing to be treated yet because he's still early stages, but it makes him hungry all the time, like all the time.
Yep.
And it gives him a bit of a pot belly, and in theory, once it becomes problematic, he starts to pee in the house,
Oh yeah.
which he hasn't been doing. So.
And how long have you had the dog for?
6 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, my puppy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they become family.
I used to have 2 cats. We still have one now. I used to have 2. My other one, my older one, she was 23, I think, and then she got, who knows, some brain thing. So it could have been like cancer traveling to her brain or something, but
Yep.
she started walking into walls and weird
yeah.
crap like that. And
I am back.
she'd like walk into a corner and just like keep walking into it and just kind of press up against it, and it was heartbreaking to watch. So it was too bad.
We're talking pets, Vorpal.
She's supposed to be with me forever.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the promise.
Yeah, it's not acceptable.
So, hey, Brett, what do you think about that Damon guy?
I just quickly saw your thing, but if let's see here.
He's actually on right now.
Is he cute?
He's Australian, I guess so.
Ooh. See, he'll sound cute, even if he's not. Misleading.
Yeah.
But he said that he would like to join us for that Sunday game, and he was already talking. He's like, level 8, oh my gosh, it's going to be great. I'm going to do like a halfling rogue assassin or something. So it looks like we're going to have a sneaky type.
Right on. I'm just trying to remember, how do I invite him?
I don't know.
Damon.
He could be a female halfling that just got saved from the spit.
Oh,
yeah, it made me think of it. I was like, oh, hey, a halfling? He's already working it in. Look at that. Picking him up now. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to grab an invite. It's been so long since I've invited people.
Which is a good sign.
Yeah, exactly. Why the heck does Vorpal have an invite that's expiring in the next 22 hours and 30 seconds?
Oh, I tried to figure out how to do it and then decided I didn't know what I was doing, so I quit.
That's okay.
I was just going to say because he sucks, but...
Hey, now.
Hey, that's not a bad thing.
It's actually one of the bestest of things.
Exactly.
Here, Vorpal, I'm going to throw in... Now that will get him to... If you share that link with him, it will get him to the any topic level, and then I'll just add him to Let's Keep Rolling like after the game, or it might just get too distracting during game. And then I'll have to set him up in Roll20. He'll have to build his character out by Sunday and all that kind of good stuff.
But you have to let him know that I'm the pretty one?
Let's just say I told him.
Because that,
you know, you put a space in front of it so it's not a link. It wants me to join instead of actually copy.
Can you right click on it and have copy link?
Oh, I can't. I moved back to the tablet.
Oh, okay.
My phone was dying.
Just type it in, like manually.
Oh my god, it's so much work. No.
It's not. It's like 12 characters or something.
There, I took the
Jeez.
HTTP PS off the beginning.
So what is this?
He's inviting some stupid halfling. Not happy. He better not be cute. But he's Australian. But the player's Australian, so maybe he should be cute.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Wait, does that mean Seth won't have the coolest accent anymore?
We'll have to have them battle it out for accents.
Hmm.
I hate my tablet.
I hate your tablet too.
We're in agreement. I'm just gonna log into the web thing portal.
Or just type it out. Now it's like 10 characters. Lazy ass.
You type it out. Send it to me.
I mean, I love you.
So I think I've referenced this a couple times in the Discord chat, but some time ago. A number of months ago, I started listening to podcast Hello from the Magic Tavern. Anybody heard of it?
No.
No.
Sounds gay.
I remember you said something about it earlier.
Yeah. It's the whole premise of it, and it's become relatively popular. But the whole it's a bunch of people from Chicago Improv. There's three main guys, and the premise is this guy fell through a dimensional wormhole portal behind a Burger King in Chicago and ended up being transported to this magical land of Foon, which is a fantasy D&D type of place. And he sits in this tavern and he interviews people in the tavern, and the two main guys are Usador, a wizard, and Chunt, who is a shapeshifter currently in the shape of a badger. And how he shifts shape is that whatever creature he has sex with is what he turns into. And of course, this is all essentially.
So he turned into a badger?
He had sex with a badger and turned into a badger.
I mean, that would make sense if he's a druid first.
So one episode was they talked about this guy in the corner of the tavern that was always kind of sitting there with his friends playing a game. So they called him over and said, we always see you in the tavern, you're playing a game, whatever. Can you tell us about it? Well, it's this game called Offices and Bosses, where you get to roll up a character and become an employee or a boss. And so this is the game they play in the fantasy world, that they play, that they live in these homes and work in these offices, and based on their character sheet and things, they can do different things. Like they go to the water cooler, and depending on a roll that they do with their dice depends on how exciting or boring the conversation is at the water cooler. And I tell you, it is one of the funniest send-ups of D&D I've ever heard. And they actually have created a spin-off podcast. I haven't listened to it, on a paid podcast network called Earwolf, called Office and Bosses. So I haven't listened to it, but these improv people sit around playing quote-unquote Offices and Bosses. If you like your improv comedy, it's I've certainly enjoyed it. And they're 30 minutes a pop, so it's not terribly long.
Sounds stupid.
Sounds fantastic.
Whatever.
Okay, ready to get back into it? Vorpal, are you all set?
Did Vorpal do his death save?
Don't know. Do it for him anyways.
Wait, for you? Well, if you're gonna die, I wish you well.
Roll a d20. Roll a d20 minus 11. So remind me what this and miraculously.
Look, it's 100.
Glad you failed the death save.
Miraculously, nobody has noticed these sleeping goblins. Partly because of rolls, and partly because of some of the ideas that you guys are coming up with. Sound like more fun than at the current moment anything being noticed. So, Witchy is visible. A bunch of not sprites. What are they? Pixies are visible. Uh, Vorpal and Krev have about, I don't know, somewhere in the area of 15 to 20 minutes left in their invisibility. And then what's I just saw Damon there, but I'll have to tackle that later, or just let him know that I'll be in touch with him after the game. And what was the plan again? Something about a dagger and food and stuff.
No,
No, no.
much better plan now.
So what we're gonna do is we'll have one of the pixies polymorph into a pig. And then if she manages to make the saving throw or something else happens, we'll have the next pixie do it. I think we can do this like 5 or 6 times right now.
Okay.
We can do it 8 times.
All right.
I think if there.
So you can catch each spell once per day.
You're talking about the pixies casting polymorph on themselves?
No, on her.
Oh, on Chief Guh.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, gotcha.
In the chaos, while she's basically squealing, we are going to go and search her wagon throne for the horn.
Gotcha. It's good to get interesting. Yes, they can cast each of their they can cast each of their spells once a day. So they can cast Confusion once a day, Dancing Lights once a day, blah 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 blah. And Polymorph is one of those. So they get 1 try times 8. And what are you going to polymorph her into again?
A pig.
A
Big
You know those-
sow.
Do you know those big sows that we've been seeing everywhere that would like fit in really, normally if it was squeaking? What are those?
Gotcha. Okay.
So we're going to turn a pig into a pig.
Ooh. And it lasts for the duration, which is up to 1 hour.
Oh. Unless they try to eat her.
True enough. All right.
Does it what?
So you're going to send a pixie in there, and then the 2 invisible people are going to go in and search.
Yes, and I'm sure the pixie can see her from around the corner, and it can just cast a giggle. The pixie does.
Okay, and what's the wisdom saving throw here? Spell save DC 12. Yeah, polymorph, an unwilling creature must make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I can imagine how wise she is.
Yep. Spell save DC 12, all right. Here goes try number 1. Saves.
Remarkable.
And you guys can't necessarily see this, but Chief Guh obviously realizes that something was attempted and says in Giant, which none of you speak, I think. What was that? Roll me a stealth to see how stealthy this pixie, which I believe is pretty tiny, can pull this off without being seen. Yeah, it's a tiny fae.
Yes.
So that would be
24.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. So that's pixie number 1. Obviously, Chief Guh realized something was going on, but nobody notices the pixie.
That roll was for the first 4, the group of 4.
Sure.
With the higher initiative, just to keep it simple.
Alrighty. And just to keep it simple, let's do some perception checks to see if anybody notices these goblins hanging around. Holy mackerel, these rolls are terrible.
They're wonderful.
Wow. Okay. Pixie number 2. Yes?
She
Yes.
casts the same spell.
Polymorph? Okay. Saves again.
Really?
Yeah. And
Bitch.
Chiefka says, "What is going on?" Conveniently speaking in common.
Thank you.
And yeah, no problem. And she says, "Somebody find out what's happening." And you see a hill giant each head towards. Well, I guess you don't necessarily see this, but one heads towards the eastern doorway, lumbers towards the eastern doorway, and the other one lumbers towards the western doorway where you guys are.
Okay.
Kind of slow
Can-
lumbering speed. Are you going to attempt another pixie?
Yep.
Fails. Poof! She becomes a sow.
Blah.
Okay.
And there's gasps of surprise and wonderment in the feasting hall. Trying to figure out what's going on.
So, Ventus, tap your shoulder. That's our cue.
Let's go, go.
We sneak in and start kind of surreptitiously looking and pawing, and we're investigating. Do you want us to roll an investigation check?
I'd like you to roll first a stealth check just to see how quietly you do this. And I'll give you advantage given the distractions that are going on.
Oh, fuck.
I already have advantage.
You have advantage, so it's a 13.
Don't? How
No.
oh, you gave me advantage. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I'm giving you advantage based on all the distractions going on and everything.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. As you, hell, I'm going to describe this as if you were able to see through the pixie, anyways. Chief God goes poof and turns into a sow, and at the same time, all of a sudden, this goblin just kind of appears where Chief God used to be. So now there's a goblin wondering what the heck's going on, an extra goblin, and a Chiefka sow.
The goblin like teleported in, kind of thing.
You don't get the sense that there was any magical teleportation, but a goblin appeared where a goblin did not seem to be in.
Does he look partially digested?
No, but he is gasping for breath.
Oh God, she'd sat on him. Or was something. Oh dear, I don't want to know.
I'm like, you're welcome.
Oh dear. All right. So I'm
Spread out and look.
And you're kind of here, and we're looking.
Okay, so hill giants and ogres are kind of like wondering what's going on and looking at everything. They're kind of looking at the wagon at the same time. Goblins are kind of scattering a little bit freakishly. They run up this ladder here and kind of get up on top of this ledge. They're just scared of any kind of activity like this. These guys are kind of heading towards that ladder there, and as you poke around, you can see quite a bit pretty obviously now that this big mass has been removed. You see copper pieces, silver pieces, all kinds of stuff of various value and such. And very obviously sitting what used to be kind of under her one thigh is a conch.
There it is.
And you also see two items sitting there that certainly look, one of them looks pretty shiny. It's a javelin. So from your you would imagine that would be something worth grabbing as well. Um, Lots and lots of coins, but it'll just be impossible to pick up those coins.
Oh, I don't care about the coins.
How big is this conch in comparison to ourselves?
I think it's
Can we grab it?
yeah, it's large, so it's what a conch would be to a giant. But yes, you could like like a large football or something like that. You could grab it with both hands and such. Now, once you
Gotcha.
grab it with invisibility, does the conch just kind of float in the air, or does it become invisible as well?
Well, it depends. You see, what I'm thinking to do is one of us grab the conch, the other will grab the lightning bolt. I will recast invisibility, so it will now include our new items. And we're going to leave now.
Is there a verbal component to the invisibility spell?
I'm sure I
Because
can
that might
whisper it
give you
under my
away.
breath.
I'm gonna go for the shiny stick, and then I kind of nudge him towards the much larger conch.
There's a verbal component to it, so I'll get you to roll a stealth check to see how quietly you do it.
Not bad.
Oh, look at you, quiet spell casting person.
Nice.
And now, does that make both the javelin and the conch?
If we pick them up, yeah, because invisibility would normally make the items that we are carrying invisible.
Okay.
Well, at least that's the argument that I am presenting.
Yep, and I'm good with that. I was just wondering if it makes both of them invisible if you have to cast it twice. Actually, no, because you're twinning it on you and Ventus.
No, I'm not twinning it. I'm casting it at a higher level, and therefore can include more people.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, yes, you go ahead and grab these things. You cast invisibility quietly again. I can't believe your guys' luck. And you now have a javelin in your hand and a big conch.
Let's go.
Okay. That whisper comes from like 10 feet ahead of you as I'm already skedaddling.
Yep. So away we go. Now, we've got Baral, we've got a halfling, and we've got a bunch of pixies. I grab Baral by the arm. Can your pixies do something to get us out of here? Like more invisibility on you and the halfling, or fly spell? What can they do?
So I gesture to the little pixie bitches. I'm like, any ideas?
Can they do fly? Can they do...
I could put up a wall of fire and then we run away.
That would be a hell of a distraction. But I just invisibled you, so...
Good point.
No, literally, what is the spells that the pixies can cast?
I'm looking.
They can cast Confusion, Dancing Lights, Detect Evil and Good, Detect Thoughts, Dispel Magic, Entangle, Fly, Phantasmal Force, and Polymorph and Sleep.
All right. I would like them to fly, all four of us. Ventus, could you do something to re-invisible yourself, Barile, and the halfling that we've rescued?
By the way, they can make themselves invisible. Can innately cast invisibility on themselves? No, I know, but at least.
Yep, that's fine.
I can twin invisibility on Barile and the halfling, but then I'll just take my chances with my cloak of elvenkind because I can only do 2.
All right.
Where are you guys having this conversation, by the way?
Quickly in the kitchen, because we're about to head for this here and leave.
Okay.
All right, off goes the twin invisibility. Barile vanishes, so does the halfling. I become visible and immediately pull my hood up and do a stealth check.
The pixies all cast fly on us, all four of us, and we're gone, out the windows.
Okay, so who's visible?
Ventus.
Me, but I have my
stealth
special
check
cloak.
of 22.
Gotcha.
And they have disadvantage on wisdom checks to find me, by the way.
Gotcha. Well, as you do all that and getting yourself ready to do whatever it is, now you're all invisible and such, and Ventus is well stealth. You see this hobgoblin come traipsing through the.
Put you up against the wall, Ventus, so that you're kind of blended in.
Traipsing through pulls the curtain aside and comes rushing through based on the sounds and such that he's been hearing from the other room.
Well, that's fine. We're just gonna blow straight past this asshole.
And you do just that. And he sees the sleeping goblins. And you guys, head out the way he came?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the fire go nice and big and kind of out of control a little bit as we run by with my fire opal.
Okay, sounds
good. He can do that.
It just makes this loud boom, and it's like there's this like a weird eruption of fire from the fire pit. They're like, "What is that?" Huh?
Actually, I look over at Ventus, who's visible and can do stuff. Ventus, set this place on fire.
You had me at fire, and then I wall of fire.
It's a parting gift as we fly away.
Don't ever come at me for doing the same later. Burns and
All right, so you cast a wall of fire on
the building, basically. The idea is to make enough heat to set the building on fire.
And it starts to go on fire and burn, and the whole place is now in crazy activity of what the crap is going on. The orcs down by those little tents. You see the hobgoblins in the watchtower come climbing down. You see some creatures from the southern building start to climb up and head there. And you guys are flying off over the river to the north?
Yes, with a javelin of something and a conch in hand. I can't believe we did this.
We are really good at this. We are the best at D&D.
No, we're just shit-ass lucky. That could have gone so badly.
We win at D&D.
Yeah, I say that as I stroke the oath bow.
You can't. Lore has it.
Well, that went somewhat differently than I thought it was going to, but well done.
Yeah, high fives all around when we get back there. It's just like I'm doing a little happy fire dance, and we have our new pixie friends. Do they have names?
They're probably going to disappear when the spell's over. But there's Pix and Pixel and Pixelator and Pixelated.
JPEG, GIF.
Yeah.
Before they leave, I'm going to turn to them and thank them for their service. I don't know what Barile does. Is Barile like, what the fuck? That was me, dude.
I just like shake my head.
I come over and I give Barile a big hug for effectively saving the day on that one.
Well, I can't believe
I'm waiting for the reaction.
Barile?
He's just like whatever.
He's just putting up with it. No hug back. There's just a half orc.
Exactly. Oh no, yeah.
A half orc embracing a kind of dusty or well earthened half elf druid, and basically lifting him in the air, giving him a big old bear hug, and then setting him back down.
The limp arm noodles just flopping about.
Pretty much.
So where do you guys...
we need to go back to our horses, guys. Where did we put them?
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's go collect said horses. No, wait.
You didn't have a horse?
Oh, we gave it to Seth.
Ventus?
We gave...
No,
yeah,
no,
that's right. I rode
Ventus, you rode me.
That's...
I know, right? I just got chills. But anyways,
I'm gonna look at the halfling and ask him, inquire about where he wants to go. Oh, her. Excuse me, madam. Where is it that we can assist you in getting after we've freed you from that horde place.
Oh yeah, that's right. After all that, I got to remember. She mentions that she's a sheep herder from the area that was captured, along with other. Shoot, where was she? There she is. Uh, there we go. A shepherd who was captured by a hill giant, and her farm is not far north of Grudhog. But she, as you're flying away, she looks at the place burning in flames, or starting to go up in flames, and she says, "What about the other villagers that were captured along with me?" And she's a bit aghast.
So I look at
whoops.
her. It's like other villagers. If you want me to do deception roll, I will.
Yeah, go for it, please.
Hang on.
And she says the other villagers, they kept us prisoners in the lower level.
So I, hopefully quite believably, make it look as though I had no idea. It's like...
And this place is burned down, right?
I think I killed them all, guys. I think everything in there is going to burn to death unless they get out.
Well, no, I turned to Brawl, I turned to Ventus. If they were in the underneath part, that likely won't catch fire, because that was all earthen. But they're still going to be eaten. Do we go back in the chaos and get them?
Ventus's eyes light up with little fiery orbs, and he's like, "We don't have to save every waif we come across. Like, I'm happy with this. Let's go use it. Come on, we have more things to do than simply save every poor damsel in distress." No offense, madam. I'm sure you're very nice.
And
Krev looks absolutely torn. And then he turns back to the he turns back to the halfling. I'm sure they'll find a way out in the chaos. And I'll make another deception check if you like.
No, the deception check you've got there is good. She looks a little crestfallen, and like you guys will know that as the place burns, which is going to take a little bit of time to get going, that either they'll be eaten, they'll get away, the rubble will fall in on them, that will either kill them, or it will fall in and burn, or they'll be trapped underneath the rubble and just starve to death. There's all kinds of options here.
I'm wondering.
But she with Deathic's deception, she kind of seems resigned to the fact, like, death happens all the time in Faerun, and it was unfortunate that you weren't aware of them.
Yep.
And she just looks a little crestfallen. And she says, "If that's the way it is to be, then please take me back to my sheep farm to the north."
We do.
We actually have a lovely elf that would be happy to take you back. Not this one, even though he is lovely. Lore is his name, and we will meet with him soon.
He's on his way to Beliard, though.
Well, I thought he was dropping off the other.
Beliard.
Okay.
And given the time that has elapsed and such, you would probably meet Lore on the way back to the ship, because you guys did take a long rest the other day as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And the sheep farm is only about 20 or 30 miles north of Grudhog. One of these kind of isolated farms, close to town, but not next door to town. So you can drop her off on the way. And unless you do anything else, you just fly away as you watch Groothog burn.
Yeah. Just because I'm a good guy. But give me one quick second before I leave. What's the CR rating? Oh my god, that's way too high.
One quick second before you leave in real life. I remember you had to leave a little early on Friday, right?
No.
Or
I'm
leave
just
Groothog.
before we leave this flaming pile of nonsense.
Uh-huh.
I'm just checking if I can get us something to help out with these dying people. So give me one sec. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. I said, okay, well, if it makes you feel better, I think I might be able to help with this whole people burning in there thing. Maybe.
I turn to Bro. You can?
Maybe.
I'll take maybe.
Okay, you guys have been great. Shoo, and all the fairies all start to like poof off into purple explosions of fairy dust. And I'm like, okay, I've never done this before. And then he like closes his eyes and starts to mutter and does his little thing. And let's see if it happens. Let's see if it happens. 1 second. Where am I? Oh, where did we go? I don't see me anymore. Am I off the screen?
Yeah, none of the tokens are on the screen right now.
Okay, I'm just throwing me on for a second.
Okay.
Big money, no whammy.
I think you did it, didn't you?
Yeah, low is good.
Low is good.
In this.
So, and I start to mutter, and a gargoyle appears.
Okay.
Okay. Gargoyle is a fae?
No.
So how does a gargoyle appear?
Fine, make me show off all my tricks. Give me a second.
Well, all right.
Where's my character sheet?
What?
Okay, gargoyle appears.
A gargoyle appears. Only one, I believe, because I think it's already CR2.
You're sending a gargoyle back to rescue them? Or at least let them out?
One by one, because he can fly, so if he has to, he can fly them over things. And I'm going to ask him to spend as much time as he will be here, to do everything he can to get these to get the villagers out of the thing, but ignore all of the they're humans, right? Or they're halflings, or are they humans? These villagers.
There was kind of a combination. Halflings, humans. There was also the one barbarian. That
okay,
you guys
so
saw.
I'll just say, get all the halflings and humans out that you can. Get them to safety. Don't worry about the orcs. They need to die anyway, or the giants, or anything else. And then I shoot him off, and he flies off and we'll see. Maybe he'll rescue some and say, okay, we're not going to wait around to see what happens. We're just going to hope for the best. Let's get out of here.
I give Varel another hug.
And he gets all stiff. He's like, okay, I get it.
All right, the guard.
Crab, please stop hugging my mount. Come on, let's go.
You guys notice I'm turning into a summoner?
Yes, I do notice.
Yeah.
Cool. Are we going elk for the ride back, or what are we doing?
Once you go elk, you never go back.
Sure.
I like to hold on to your horns.
So I shift into this giant, monstrous, beautiful elk.
Okay. I get back on my horse. I'm assuming we went to the horses. And the halfling can ride.
That's unacceptable.
The halfling can ride with me if she wants, initially, until we drop her off. And
she can get on my back too. She's little.
It depends.
The goal now should be to go and find Lure and the rest of our horses. Dispose of our extra baggage. I look at the halfling.
And so hold on. The javelin. I would love to have the javelin identified, which means we have to find Mums. By the way, if Jericho stops coming altogether, we will have to follow up with you learning how to do an identify Vorpal.
Yeah, I'm not sure that sorcerers get identify.
We'll figure something out.
Or
by the way, so I would like to spend the usual, like, as we're traveling, I'm going to hold the javelin in my hands and just kind of try and figure it out.
gotcha. Identify is a wizard or a bard class.
Right, so none of us can do that.
Or you can just keep summoning pixies and have them do it. Pixies had identify, didn't they? Or was it detect? Detect. Oh, they just have detect. Never mind. Sorry.
I have a wand of detect magic as well that gets 3 charges every dawn, so we
That's cool.
try that. I bring it out and yeah, it's magic. What school is it though, Brett?
I mean, I get detect magic.
You
have it as a ritual witch. You have it as a ritual, right?
Yeah, it's not identify, but at least I can tell you the school and stuff. So.
All right.
Yeah, but the wand is cool because we'd have to stop for 10 minutes in order to do the ritual thing. We can just keep going and Braille stay in his elk form while you wave the magic wand and tell us what it is.
True enough.
Well, I can tell you the school of it at least.
Please.
Yeah, now you're challenging me because it doesn't
you
list.
weren't prepared.
No, it doesn't list
Typical.
it. Yeah. I can fake what school it is pretty quickly.
I can't do a good.
Just go with enchantment.
Evocation.
Yeah, I was guessing
Cool.
as much. Let me get. Does it by any chance have like lightning patterns on it?
It would have a few lightning patterns on it.
Yes.
I asked Krev if he would like to stand over there and let me throw it at him. I don't throw very hard.
I look at Vorpal. Sorry, Ventus. It's like, Ventus, you're a friend and a traveling companion, but I am not going to let you test fire a magical item on me.
Okay.
And I say it smiling, knowing that he was only half serious.
I would test it on the
only half.
I would test it on the great elk because it's a bigger target.
I would avoid pissing off the guy who.
Let's not piss off the. We might want heals again at some point.
and the good kind.
I guess we could throw it at a tree and see what happens.
Yeah, I can give it a huck.
Go for it. Give it a toss.
Sure.
Don't miss a tree and throw it over a cliff. That would be horrible. Come on.
No. I take a look for something that would be appropriately non-combative targety, a tree or what have you, and I give the javelin a good old hurl.
Okay.
Does it just
So
do
1d20? 1d20 plus your strength there. Nothing.
The tree ant grabs the thing, throws it back. Hell?
It's a tree ant monk. No.
Yeah, give me 1d20 just to see where this thing lands. Plus your strength. Actually, plus your strength or dexterity. Anyways, whatever. Plus something.
Oh, shit.
It's for javelin. It's strength.
Okay. So it.
Good job, Deputy. You just fart and fall down.
Yeah.
What's happening?
It just lands in the ground. But I imagine you pick it up and give it a couple more chucks until you can actually hit a tree, and it just sticks into the tree like a normal javelin would.
Okay, we need to learn something about it to get it to do non-javelin-y things. So I study it as we're traveling, if that's allowed, or would we break for the night, or I don't know. Are we kind of skipping over getting back together with everyone, or are we going to have a random encounter where we Eldritch Blast a few things, or what are we doing?
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is just I think my summon was up for like an hour, right? So just keep that in mind for as much as we could have saved some people, and
Yeah.
hopefully that
Do some
gets back to us
calculations.
somehow.
It depends on how nice you want to be, that sort of thing.
Well, you guys are heading in northward at speed. Uh, well, the gargoyle heads south and deals with. So you would have to go back to Gridhog
Oh no, we're not going back.
to see any
We're
results of your handiwork.
No, but just in
We're
case
just-
the stories get back to us is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
If there's
Just to
somehow
disrupt-
a month from now we hear about a rumor of an army of gargoyles that came in and rescued a bunch of villagers from a burning burning hill giant keep.
Meanwhile,
even
Baral-
better. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna like Baral be all proud of himself because now he's experimenting with these new summons, and you guys have never seen him summon anything other than animals, so he's all like proud of
What I'm
himself.
wondering is if Chief Guh escaped or if she's bacon.
You would imagine that
That
she
the other hill giants would actually pick her up and carry her out if they had to.
possibly, or just in the confusion of everything, it was every hill giant for themselves, and so dude was a pig for an hour.
Lady.
Lady,
Yes.
thank you. Yep. But yeah, you'll either hear stories in the future, potentially, or you could always head back and check it out at some point. It's entirely up to you. But at this point, you're heading. It sounds like you're heading back to the ship. Are you to rendezvous with Lore?
Yes. Because we have a decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
Do we blow the conch and or conch or however you pronounce it, and go to the court of the Storm King, or do we go back to the Eye of the Allfather and try and figure out some more questions to ask? We're completely blind.
Well, now that we have the conch, I think it behooves us to go find some more information on when best to use it. Perhaps we could go back to the like you
And
said,
how to present ourselves at the court of the Storm King.
exactly. And then out of game, that might give us a chance to incorporate our new guy, Damon.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking is Seth could have found him traveling on his travels to Belaird and back. That's one option.
We'll figure out what he's playing first, and we can figure out how to make that work into the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Dethick, it sounded like as you're heading back to the ship, you are going to attempt to try to take the time as a bit of a short rest to check out the javelin.
Please.
Yeah, I'll. You can look this up in the SRD because there's not a specific Storm King's card for it, but it is a javelin of lightning, which is what you were imagining.
Yeah, well, that's what me, the player, was imagining.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. When you hurl it and speak its command word, so the reason why it didn't do anything with the tree, but do with your. I don't think there's an attunement, so with your identify. I believe you learn the command word. It transforms into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you to a target within 120 feet. Each creature in the line, excluding you and the target, must make a DC 13 Dex saving throw, taking 46 lightning on a failed, half as much on a success. The lightning bolt turns back into a javelin when it reaches the target, and it makes a ranged weapon attack against the target. On hit, the target takes damage from the javelin plus 4d6 lightning damage. So there's this lightning bolt between you and the target that causes lightning damage, and then the target takes then you make a regular ranged attack on the target, and if it hits, it takes regular javelin damage plus 4d6 lightning damage. The javelin's property can't be used again until the next dawn. In the meantime, the javelin can still be used as a magic weapon.
Cool. You want to hold on to that,
Plus
Dethick?
1, plus 2.
I'm just trying to find it in the DMG, actually. I know it's in here.
under SRD magic weapon, it essentially is as if you did the magic weapon spell, which
Found
is
it.
a +1. I
Okay, so
believe.
it'd be a +1 javelin. All right, so I'm just going to add a javelin of lightning to my inventory.
Cool.
And imagining somebody's also taking some time with the conch.
Oh yes, please.
There's
I'll do my ritual.
your what? Detect magic ritual?
Just to give us some. If we're not doing an identify yet, I guess we'd have moms back at the ship, though, right?
Yeah, and I'm also just given that Krev did an identify along the way. Let's just assume Vorpal does an identify with the conch at the same time. Like does a short rest on your back, as it were. That's a movie, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's in the back section of the video rental place.
Fur is so soft; it's like silk. I'm just rubbing my beard all over it.
So there's the conch of teleportation. It is a relatively large conch or conch, depending on what part of the world you're talking about.
Say it like a Floridian conch.
Conch. The destination. So when you blow it, the destination is fixed. You can't fail the teleportation. And once it's cast, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So it's a one-way
Who wants to carry this?
It's a one-way ticket and can only be used once per dawn.
I'm already carrying a bunch of crap, so I would like to not carry it. I got all my potions and all that crap.
Bandolier.
Okay, I can carry it, I guess, if you want.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
better than me because I'll be shapeshifted sometimes. So.
I just also am not very strong, and I'm worried about going over my weight limit.
Yeah, we haven't been.
And it is not in the SRD, it looks like, so...
How much would you say it weighs? Like 30 pounds?
20 pounds.
20 pounds, cool.
It's 2.5 feet long and 20 pounds.
I am now
You're still
encumbered.
good. Oh, noes.
What can I ditch?
Mums does have a bag of holding, so we could probably
And
use that at some point.
and so does Seth, sort of now.
How does Seth have
Got
one?
his thing you rolled for him has those extra pouches.
Yeah, but mainly that's javelins, arrows, and bows and quarterstaffs and stuff like that.
Really?
Really, so it's
I'm
more.
going to put it as 0 weight and just say that it's on my horse.
Yeah, you can do that
Okay.
too. What other, just for giggles, what other Giant Lord places do you absolutely know the location of? You know, Svarborg, which is the ice giant, frost giant.
I believe we were given the frost giant, the cloud giant.
Oh yes, the
Two
cloud giant.
told us about the hill giants, and I figured out the riddle looking at the map, which I think is something that's fair to do.
Yep.
That somewhere in the Grey Peak Mountains are the stone giants.
Yes, and you also know that somewhere up in the northeast, near the ice spire, or the fire giant
Yes,
lord.
is the flame peaks or whatever it is, in the ice spires.
Yep.
There's a fire giant hold. And I'm guessing somewhere out in the ocean here, somewhere, is the storm giants.
Yes, you knew that it was in the Sea of Swords, but you don't know exactly where.
Yeah, it's just big.
Yep.
So yeah, that's that. By the way, that javelin, it doesn't automatically come back to me, does it? If I throw it at someone, I have to go and retrieve it.
Exactly. But it does have.
Unless you have some sort of like power to retrieve it.
I suppose I could always mage hand it.
I don't think it does, because I remember Grog threw it once and he rolled a 1 and like it disappeared forever and they never had it again.
Now the nice thing is that
I love that show.
Is that a Critical Role?
Oh yeah, of
Oh,
course.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Now the nice thing is the lightning bolt portion goes up to 120 feet. Now, if you chuck it against the target 120 feet away, you will have disadvantage on the attack against the target. But at least the lightning bolt. So if you got things lined up pretty
If we're in a
nicely.
hallway and there's a bunch of stuff coming against us, I am so just whipping this down the hallway.
Yeah, because at that point you don't even care whether you hit the thing at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the damage between you and the 120-foot target.
Just make sure when you use it, we want to go forward so we can eventually go get it back. We're not running away.
Well, I am not using this as a distraction technique for running away.
So what's the plan? You're back at the ship.
We're back at the ship. We have Lore. We have Jericho. We've got all of our stuff. Yeah, we're so we have a decision to make. We can either blow the horn now. Of course, this creates a problem as to where to meet up with our airship friends again afterwards. Or we go back all the way to the Eye of the Allfather to seek more advice. But before we even attempt to do that, we should work out what it is that we're actually going to do, like what we would ask them. Otherwise, we should head to a town that has people that are like somewhat friendly, aka the nearest major settlement, and restock on something. Maybe, I don't know. Have a sleep and a good eat.
Yeah, I could really use to restock my potions. I'm almost out of healing potions and stuff. So.
Well, the nearest.
You want to go to a big town?
Yeah, the nearest town for healing potions and stuff like that would be probably Red Larch.
I seem to remember us actually being okay in Red Larch.
But if you want a big town with more options and things, then you're talking Waterdeep, Yartar, Tribor-ish.
Tribor we actually did good things for. They wouldn't be too upset with us there. Yartar, I wasn't with you. I mean, Krev was, but I wasn't, so I don't think anything weird happened there.
No, that's where you met up with Mums. And Yartar is probably the larger town. Obviously, Waterdeep is quite large in Neverwinter,
yeah,
but it's
largest in the north.
Yeah, it's the next size down from those kind of guys.
Okay. You go back to Yartar, restock, do whatever we need to do. It's kind of centralish, so whatever decision we make, we're good to head out from there. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I think it'll work out great. And also the fact that Mums is no longer going to be with us, perhaps we could roleplay Jericho going back to whatever he was doing before he met us in Yartar.
And we could always pick him up again later if that ever became a reality.
Yeah, because he would make like the 6 player, and as I mentioned, 5 to 6 seems to be the nice balance. In that with 5.
So the question is, when
Sorry.
he leaves, are we going to try and ask him to give us magic items he holds, well, other than the broomstick, to help us on our journey? Or he's got a bag of holding, and he's got.
No, he started with those.
Yeah, I think he started. I think the items that he started with. So.
Oh, never mind then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say anything he started with, he keeps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as you get on the airship and you're heading off to Yartar, it sounds like is where you're headed to.
Yes.
Laz obviously checks in with you and asks you all about your soiree. Is there any information that you leave? Like, obviously, he knows that you're going after hill giants and Grudhog and stuff like that. Is there any information that you necessarily leave out, or do you essentially tell him everything that went on? He's being his usual, curious, friendly.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's reporting everything back to Clove. I
don't mind telling him. I mean, it's pretty hard to hide a giant conch anyway.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, I mean, when we told Lore, he might turn around and just kind of boast about how much damage was done. I don't know.
No, because he wasn't there, so he won't want to boast about that, because it won't bring him glory.
What about Brile?
Whatever.
Doesn't care. Yeah, we just give him a somewhat factual.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird. There were orcs and hobgoblins all working together, and we laugh as we describe what happened when Guh was turned into a pig, and all of a sudden a very out-of-breath goblin was there, and that our parting gift was to attempt to burn their entire keep to the ground.
At this point, I pipe in
At which point, I look at him saying, "Your master might have approved of that step. I'm not sure."
Oh, the powers of Bahamut are much greater there. See that flame and the smoke over there?
My face kind of freezes for a moment as I realize he's going on about this again. And I just kind of back out of the conversation and let him take over.
I think I should get...
I go on to regale them with issues and deeds of Bahamut.
I think every week that you are with Ventus, I should get the entire party make constitution checks to see who converts over to serving Bahamut. That sounds only fair.
I'm not actually sure who Krev is offering prayers to right now. Normally,
I thought it was your Mystic Fae patron, right?
Well, he's not a deity. Technically, Krev has been offering their prayers every now and then to Mask, just to make sure that he stays hidden and out of sight. But like I said, his opinions on the universe are changing slightly, and Brile just offers prayers to life and light in general. Or nature in general.
Whoever will listen to me, apparently.
Yeah. Now, excuse me, you keep going on about Bahamut. So actually, having come from what we did, and the fact that actually, it's very strange. Come to think of it now. You're going on about Bahamut, and yet you told me, eyes blazing, we don't have to save every little waif that we come across.
It's all for the greater good, my friend. We have a task set before us by Bahamut, and the best way to do this task is as quickly as possible, so we can turn these realms to order, and return the ordning to its proper position. Bahamut is a kind and loving God, and also understanding. He allows his disciples to make the decisions on their own.
Okay.
Sounds stupid.
Well, you're stupid.
I am stupid.
Religious discussion.
Well, as you regale Yaz of your trip to Grudhog,
And actually, as Ventus is going on about Bahamut, Krev is listening.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to look like he's not, but he is actually listening.
So Laz says to you, well, did you bring any giant heads back?
No.
Were we supposed to?
Well, I would imagine, given that some of you are acquainted with the Lords of Alliance, you have heard of the latest bounty?
I look over at Lore. What haven't you been telling us?
And maybe Laura was just a little bit too busy or anything like that. But La says, yes, they are now offering 100 gold pieces per giant head at some of the Lord's Alliance towns and villages. It appears the giant problem is getting a little bit out of hand, and the Lord's Alliance wishes it to stop.
Well, Lord, that would have been great to know earlier.
Yeah, I basically just this wave of a bit of emotion like just washes over Krau's face. He looks down, he looks up, and then he just shouts out a massive, long, orcish curse. When it's done, next time.
And Laza says, now, to Lord Lore's defense, this is a relatively new decree that our contacts have only recently passed along to us. We just figured that you would know at around the same time we would find out about it as well.
Well, I suppose that's a good reason for not throwing him over the side of the ship. And then I wink at Lore, knowing, like, AKA, I must really make him do that.
But no harm, no foul. More giants to be had later on.
Oh, there were a lot of them.
Onwards and upwards, as they say.
Stank. Yeah, I really want to have a bath when we get to Yartar. And a good meal.
Yeah, me too.
And other stuff.
Sure. I want to go check out the apothecary store, see if I need to re-up on any of my ingredients and my flask bandolier stuff.
Okay. And while you're heading off to Yartar, Ventus, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Yes.
You start to feel so later on. Now you're heading off to Yartar. You're almost there, 3/4 of the way there over the Desrin Hills, and you start to feel something or somebody in your head. Similar to the feelings that you've had in the past.
All right, I'm going to probe my my thoughts in my mind to see if this is a draconic entity that is connecting with me.
Okay, whenever you make a charisma check when interacting with your proficiency bonus is doubled if it applies to the check. So you're going to make a charisma check to see if you can determine whether it's a draconic.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try and talk to it. I'm gonna try to do a charisma check just to see, like, please name thyself or something to that effect. Do you want it to be a diplomacy or straight charisma?
When you make a charisma check, it would be whatever sub charisma check you choose. So if it's a is it called diplomacy or what's it called in 5e?
Persuasion.
Persuasion? Yeah, I guess it is persuasion.
All right, so that's a 22 plus my charisma.
Plus
another... so it's doubled. Okay, so it's doubled.
So you add your
proficiency, right?
Yeah, so you add proficiency one more time to it, I think, right? Assuming you're proficient in persuasion.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Yeah. Anyway, so you're somewhere. I think your proficiency is 3 now. Is it 3 or 4? 3. Anyways, it's a 3 or 4, so 25, 26.
Where do I see that?
It's shoot. I gotta get a character sheet up here.
Oh, it's 3. Add 3 to that. 25.
Yeah. Okay. And you're attempting to communicate with this thing.
I'm trying to get it to reveal itself. Reveal thy nature. Be thy draconic. Speak.
And you feel
Stop skulking.
you feel it moving around in your head. It doesn't necessarily speak to you, so it's not really answering. But give me, what would that be? I don't know if it's an investigation check, possibly. Just to kind of get a sense of a feel. Like, is there some sort of, what would that be? Not perception. Well, what kind of check do you think that you would make to try to determine whether this would be draconic inside your head?
I don't know. My
Intelligence
magic
check.
comes from dragon's magic, so maybe Arcana? Or whatever. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm pulling up a sheet here just to see. Give me insight could be one. Let's go with insight.
Ooh, a crit.
There you go. Uh, you definitely get some sort of draconic feel from this. That actually, I'm sorry, a crit. You get a draconic feel. However, which way you pull that off by being in connection with dragons and such like that. But you're pretty confident that what is scrying through you is draconic of some sort.
Is there a way for me to tell if it's chromatic or not? I know I tried to call him vomit earlier, and that pissed it off.
Yeah. Give me a nature check. With advantage. Given your crit on the insight and your connection with yes, you get the sense that this is chromatic and not metallic.
Okay, I immediately turn to Krev and I say, "Dispel, please, dispel chromatic dragon in my head."
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Okay.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
I believe I need to roll something for this, right?
I don't know. How did we do it last time? I've slept.
Hang on. Dispel magic. I only did that just to get the number when you're guessing. So I'm casting it at 4th level slot, so I can turn off anything 4th level or lower automatically, and I need to roll, I guess, a charisma check for myself.
The DC equals 10 plus. So you roll something.
Because my so it'd be a 1d20 plus 4, because my spellcasting ability is my charisma.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yes, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. I just saw that now.
Okay, let's try again.
Did not happen.
I look around and I go,
Chromatic Dragon is still in Ventus's head.
Why am I rolling doubles?
Ventus is running around going, "It's still there! It's still there! It's still there!"
I grab Ventus and I say, "You, look over there, out over the world. Give me an hour. I need to get my spells back. I only have 2.
You know what? If the dragon wants to be inside my head and see what I see, I shall get naked and play with it. Enjoy that, chromatic dragon.
I
don't know about the chromatic dragon, but there's a couple people on the ship that are enjoying the show.
I
just wrinkly old man.
Yeah, sorry. Trev just blinks and goes, Ventus, I just go over there.
I start singing like an old bard ditty drinking song loudly just to drown out inside my head, make it uncomfortable for him to be there as I dance around naked on the deck of the ship.
An
It's
hour
probably very
later-
strange.
You can always try slapping him.
No, I don't want to slap the fireball man.
You mentioned an hour later. You mean when you're...
A short rest later.
Yeah. Well, before your short rest is up, after about 7 or so many minutes, Ventus feels this feeling go away.
May I make an insight? Actually, yeah, may I make a how to put this? Let me make an insight check just to see if Krev would even. No, never mind.
I feel the alien mind leave, and I turn around and I very businesslike start putting on my clothes, and I say, "Nothing else to see here, folks. The chromatic dragon is gone. We shall not mention to this again." I go below deck.
Now the chromatic dragon
I
is...
actually no. I do kind of look over at Laz. Like Laz, your benefactor, patron, whatever. Cloth is chromatic in nature, is he not?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by a pretty picture which he sent me. You're asking Laz if...
I'm asking Laz, basically, Laz, because essentially, Ventus just goes on about chromatic dragon in my head, blah blah blah, the chromatic dragon in my head, and this gets Krev thinking. Laz, didn't you at one point mention, or didn't I hear at one point that Cloth, your patron, is chromatic? A red dragon, isn't he?
And Laz says, "Yes, of course, the great dragon of the north, Cloth, is a red dragon. Many people have heard of Cloth."
Yes. Would he be trying? The thought crosses my mind that maybe Cloth is attempting to see what's going on. He does have a vested interest in this aircraft, after all.
So hold on, I'm just confused a sec. So he heard something in his head. Did he tell us that?
He got naked
Oh,
and
yeah.
danced around the ship,
Playing
saying,
with himself.
Dragon in my head, dragon in my head.
How did I miss
literally,
that? Sorry.
Krev had to look other places to go, I don't want to see my... Wow, okay.
I don't know how you missed it, but Ventus was putting on a show.
Yes.
Okay, now I get it. Sorry, I was like a little...
Yeah, I mean, Krev likes Ventus, but not like that. Too old.
Oh, come on.
There's
No,
what,
I was just doing it
there's a
to
50-year gap. Your character's not in his 60s, or was he in his 60s?
He's an old man, so yeah, 60s.
Yeah, and Krev is a young half-orc. Adult, but that's actually still like late teenage years. Given that half-orcs reach adulthood early teens.
So, which, just to catch you up, I felt a presence in my head, and I was
Which
able
I heard,
to discern
yeah.
that it was draconic and chromatic. And so I started to make my head an unpleasant place to be in by getting naked and running around and singing our ditties. At which point, 7 minutes later, the presence disappeared, and I picked up my clothes, put them on, and said, "We shall never speak of this again," and went downstairs. And now, Krev is over there talking to Lars and asking him, "Hey, this chromatic dragon that the old man was just dancing around talking about, is that your patron? Is he spying on us?" And that's where we are.
Okay.
I'm not accusing him of spying. Accusing him, not accusing him of anything. It's just, it would make sense that the dragon would know where this ship is and want to keep tabs on the ship. It hasn't quite fully sunk into Krev yet that he's keeping tabs on us rather than the ship.
And Laz's reply to this is, well, Great Cloth has many ways of maintaining contact with us, and he checks in with us on time to time at his leisure and schedule. What he does with you is not to be questioned, and he only has the best interests in mind. So maybe that is him, but I will not speak for the great dragon of the north.
And I let the matter drop.
And Laz says, onwards to Yartar, then.
Please.
Well, I'm DMing. I'm adding a new great elk picture to for our friend there who wanted a new great elk picture. It's a pretty one too.
I had to kind of the original's pretty cool too, but I altered it because that's what I do.
All right, so where do you guys land? Are you going to town center? Or are you going to land off to the edges?
I think we're going to do what we always do: land a fair distance away and then ride into town like normal people.
And
I'd like to find a decent inn, large, with a lot of people, if possible. Actually, what time of day is it? Because if there's any shopping that needs done, might as well deal with that first.
You're about midday by the time you you arrived here.
All right. Let's see. We can deal with getting the alchemical reagents for Ventus first, I guess.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Yes, Yartar is large enough. It being on the river, it has this kind of riverboat feel, or not riverboat feel, but it's got river boats and such like that roaming through it. It's a larger, more established town than say Tribor, which was kind of a Wild West kind of Western frontier sort of feel. Your great elk is set up there, Witchy.
Thank you.
And so yes, you can find most of these places that you're looking for in terms of reagents and things like that. I'm just trying to figure out, is there pricing for reagents, or how do we do reagents? Or you can just... How have we done reagents in the past? Is there a pricing list for them?
Yeah, there's a price list for it. I got it on my sheet. Hold on one second.
Okay. Well, what? Unless it's something that's just quite rare or whatever, then you're gonna find in Yortar you're gonna find quite a few things given the size of the place. What kind of reagents were you looking for?
Give me one.
Yep. And while you're waiting, like the industry around here is mainly farmers in the surrounding area, which is not surprising given the being in the valley. Traders, shipbuilders, artisans. But again, a decent size city for your needs.
Okay.
All right, there's some decent prices for you. That's straight out of the handbook.
Okay.
I'm gonna fill up to the maximum allowed to carry for each of these, which I think is didn't we say it was 6 flasks and 6 alchemical fires, and then 6 potions of healing, and that's it.
I think so. That's your bandolier, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I also have 1 potion of climbing on there.
Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds good.
So, one thing. I would like to see if there is a. I'd like to be able to see if a bag of holding is available in town. I know that Mums is from this place, and he has one. So I'm just. I essentially ask him where he got his in terms of his contact, and we can go from there. In terms of mundane items, I left 50 feet of silk rope back at Groodhog, so I'm going to replace that. And I'm going to replace the rations that I've been using up. So I'm going to buy back up to 5 rations. And
think of all the money you burned in Groodhog too. That's terrible. Just a big melted pile of copper and gold sitting in Groodhog now.
Yes. So I'm down 25 silver pieces, which I believe is... That's basically 25 cents if a gold coin is $1, right?
Yes, it's 2.5 gold, is it? Or the silver...
Right, it's 10.
Yeah, it's 10, not 100, yeah.
Okay. So down 2.5 and then down another 10 for the rope. So 12.5 gold coins spent. And I'm going to convert 100 of my gold coins into a 100 gold coin gem for carrying purposes.
Okay. Sounds good.
And you can work out the bag holding request as makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not knowing exactly where I always forgot his name, Jericho, picked up his bag of holding. But there's not that he knows of, at least. There's not a lot of magic trading and such that goes on in Yartar. But you do have that contact. You got that contact in Silvery Moon.
Yes, and when next we go to Waterdeep as well,
you can make contact in Waterdeep. You've already made 1 contact in Waterdeep, or you can attempt Neverwinter as well.
Okie dokie. That's my stuff done until we get to the inn.
Okay. Witchy, anything on your side, shopping-wise?
I'm thinking, I don't know.
What does Brial want or need?
You know, Brial doesn't ever want anything, except for EC items, but I got 2, so I'm good. Yeah, I can't think of anything offhand.
There's your new elk, by the way.
So when I come back from my shopping spree, I come back with a gift for Krev. It's his own charcoal brazier, and it's got engraved on the side Krev and Jareg's name. And I spent 70 platinum pieces. Does that sound okay?
Sounds okay to me.
Krev looks at the gift, looks at Ventus, and it's like, that's so nice. And he basically, again, you find yourself like lifted half a foot off the ground in a crushing embrace that's not meant to hurt. He's just really, really moved.
My joints pop very loudly. It's quite surprising. You might be one of those, oh no!
Sorry.
Thank you. No,
put you down.
Thank you. I just felt that if we ever become separated, you should have your own brazier. Growing lad, and it's time.
Thank you.
So all is forgiven for the.
He's very obviously touched.
All is forgiven for the old man naked display earlier.
That's water under the bridge.
That's just a Friday night, man.
Here, hold my beer. So, Witchy, you're good?
Yeah, like I said, I can't really think of anything that I need.
Okay, well you're
So
off.
I have listed it as a Brazier of Jureg summoning.
Nice.
Right
Well,
on.
I re-upped on the charcoal too, so we're set for long periods of time.
Right on. So you're heading off to an inn?
Yes, please.
Yeah, is the Lusty Wench available? Does that exist in this town?
I think there's a lusty wench in every town, isn't there?
It's a brand.
Why do you keep sending me? It's the same grade. Oh, I see now. All right. Yeah,
Is that better?
yeah. It's hornier. I'll tell you that much. Well, there's
What?
well, we'll just leave that for you guys to imagine.
We're having a moment.
Yeah, let's just say it's not any old man display. There's the there's the Lusty Wench franchise, which is also in Yartar, or there's the wonderful inn that you guys the party had, not all players had visited last time they were in Yartar, where they found Jericho, which is kind of the inn for adventurers to kind of gather and chat and find adventures and things like that. And the if I remember correctly, Barial thought that the innkeep was just amazing.
Which one was this?
This is the guy that just couldn't stop talking.
Is this where I got magic items?
No,
Yeah.
that's where you
I
got,
got my-
that's where you got
my ring?
Jericho.
Yeah, which is where I got my ring.
You got your ring because dude he had just bought some stuff off of some adventurers that had come through Tribor.
That's right. I liked him.
Yeah, but the innkeep was the guy that just wouldn't stop talking and asking questions. The DM liked him.
Interesting.
Krev, you mentioned the inn. What are you trying to accomplish at the inn, or just sleep?
Oh, well, first thing is basically first thing is a bath. Second thing is a good meal and good ale.
Mm-hmm.
And I look around well, actually, no, Lore's with us, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, the two paths. I'm attempting to basically get to know Lore a little better, but if he starts wenching, for lack of a better term,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, only he can actually say what he's doing. But if he starts chasing
Tail.
chasing tail, I start looking around myself for a bear or similar.
What?
I can turn into a bear.
Yeah, that's not quite what I meant.
Oh, that's the best
Oh,
comment
come
of
on,
the day.
come
Yeah.
on for a big
That's the
bear
quote.
hug.
That's the quote for this session.
Yeah. I actually thought that, and this thought came too late, but as I upload the YouTube videos, I thought I should grab a like the quote of the session, and we did talk about that. That I threw it in the Discord, but I should grab a quote of the session and either put it at the beginning or the end of each of the sessions.
I can
turn
yeah,
into
I
a
can
bear.
turn into a bear.
Well, we can. I know Seth isn't here, but is this something you're trying to persuade Lore to kind of hang out and chat with you? And if so, we'll give a persuasion check and see how good you are at keeping Seth's attention on you.
The essentially the looking around and going for a bear would be a bit of he's not interested. Well, fine.
Oh, jaded lover type.
A little bit.
Fine.
Because
I got you.
Krev is falling for him. It's just he hasn't been around enough because of real life situations for us to actually explore it at all. Or even if he wants to, I don't know.
Yeah. We'll start with this.
If he had lore turn him down, that would be it. End of story.
Yeah. Well,
is this real life?
No, I have a partner in real life. Thank you very much.
Oh gosh. And that exasperated oh gosh was directed towards Witchy. Roll. I won't speak for Seth and his character, but roll a persuasion check.
All right.
Let's start there, and I'll show you where I'm going with this.
Not great, not bad.
He's kind of hanging out with you and listening to you, and you're trying to get him to know him a little bit better and things like that. At the same time, his eye is kind of wandering a little bit. So physically you've got him there. Mentally, he's kind of on you and looking around. He might not totally get at this point that it's like that one-sided interest where the other person doesn't totally get that the other person is interested in them yet.
Yes.
But he's enjoying your company too.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just asking about his family, where he grew up, likes, dislikes, trying to reveal some of the same stuff about myself.
Long walks on the beach.
Not quite. Figuring out that we grew up in vastly different circumstances, and how funny it is that we've wound up even meeting each other, let alone working together. I go into a little bit, open up a little bit about Oberon and where my power comes from, and I don't know what he opens up about, but it's a good conversation, and he can fill in the rest of it on Sunday.
Gotcha. Sounds good. And what's Ventus and Brile up to?
I'm paying for good whiskeys.
Gotcha.
Assuming that they do whiskey here.
Yes, given it's a river town and part of it is traders and shipbuilders, you're going to find whiskey here and pretty decent whiskey.
Good.
Can you do me a favor and roll me a perception check?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Just because we're in town, I'm giving my eyes a break. So.
Yep. I think I rolled it. Come on now. There we go. It's a 5, but you have you've got a 17 passive, right?
Yeah, but for this it probably won't apply. So I just rolled it to see if I kind of notice what was going on with what Krev is trying to accomplish, and if I don't, I'm just gonna sit with them and start drinking and talking with them, and being oblivious.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, the
God,
unknowing
guys,
third wheel. Oh
this
my
place
God.
is not exactly. This place isn't bad, actually. We should. I'm glad they came back here.
What Kreb's doing immensely.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not doing that on purpose. But I'm just thinking.
He realizes this. And he's not holding a grudge. And I mean, he still considers Brile a friend. That weird, oblivious friend right now, but a friend nonetheless. So there might be a little less opening up on things, but still sharing histories. That much is okay, and finding out how they what they have in common, that sort of thing.
All right. Well, Ventus stands up and dispels magic clock on. No, I don't.
But
I do have Abu Ripkin help me out with my bath. He's my porter, by the way. It exists. He's on permanent retainer. He helps me with my bath, gets me all suited up with my comfy robe, and I go sit by the hearth. And I probably have 2 or 3 whiskeys, and then I'm just old man asleep in the corner.
Gotcha.
Happy as a clam.
And Seth's Squire Lara just sees no room at the table for her, and so she just kind of heads off to
She's probably going to want to kill me.
To sleep. Yeah, she kind of shoots you a little bit of a sideline glance. During this conversation that you're having with Seth or Laura and the oblivious Belial, a dwarf comes over to the table and looks specifically at you, Deathic, and says, "Gambling man!" And he puts down a pouch of coins. Doesn't give it to you, just puts it down on the table.
I know. He's trying for a wager of some sort. I look over to him from lore. I look the dwarf up and down. Describe him to me.
He's he kind of has a, like as most dwarves would, a bit of a miner look to him, which kind of seems weird and out of place in this area. But he obviously doesn't have like the pickaxe and the backpack or whatever, that kind of thing. He's a commoner, certainly not a noble. Has had a few drinks, ale, as you can probably pick up from his breath, and says, "Come on, try your luck. I'm looking for somebody to gamble with."
I look at him. I smile, friendly smile, only a teeny bit of menace in it. Because I want him to go away. So I say to him, "I'm sorry, friend, not tonight. Here, have an ale on me." And I pull out a silver coin and give it to him.
And he pushes it back, not rudely, but he just pushes it back. Don't need your silver coin, thank you. And he turns over to Brian and says, "Gambling man."
And then I go back to talking to Lore. I also have to go AFK for a split second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So Briley turns to you. Same question. "Gambling man? Try your luck. Come on. Looking for somebody to do some gambling with."
No. Not even remotely interested.
He looks a little despondent or whatever. And he walks away.
I'm watching his hand. Wait, I'm just letting you know. I'm watching his hands and watching for shifty business.
Yep. You don't see any shifty business. Roll me an insight. Insight?
Sure.
Insight
roll
check.
Roll for me.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta roll for you. Thanks. Where'd you go? There you are.
I'm just laying on the couch for a little bit. Now my dog's in my lap. So
no, I'm yeah. Okay, sorry. When I said where are you, I meant where'd your character sheet go?
I know.
You rolled a 14. You get the sense that this guy is just interested in looking for somebody to gamble and do some wagers with. That's all. So he's a little bit, despondent. Nobody wants to gamble with him, and he just kind of moves off. You can see in the bar there's some gambling going on, just like any other tavern would be.
Okay.
And anything else that you guys want to accomplish while you're in the tavern here?
Is it possible for me to swap out a level 1 spell during a rest at a tavern? Or is that a thing you have to wait till you level up?
Well, I think with wizards you can swap out at the end of a long rest. I don't really know about sorcerers though.
Never mind. I'll just keep.
What were you thinking of swapping out?
Well, I was going to get rid of comprehend languages just because it's not been used by me. So I'm going to get rid of that and put in like I don't know. I could do mage armor to buff up Krav, giving a buff to his AC, or I could do Thunderwave or Sleep.
Yeah, I'll allow it if you want to switch it out.
So I'll probably saddle up to Krev and just talk over some little tactics and be like, hey, would you like me to take this mage armor spell just for you? or perhaps area of effect spell like the sleep spell, which worked pretty well in the early days, or even Thunderwave. It's loud, but it does have the advantage of pushing people away from where I cast it.
Sorry, I'm just checking something. Okay, unfortunately, I think it is when you level. But regardless, Krav would consider what you said, ponder it, ask Laura for his input, probably a bit. And the suggestion that I would say is, I think having the sleep spell might be most useful. If we're ever in a situation again where we have all the different creatures and maybe there are some subservient ones and we're trying to be quiet, being able to sleep all of them at a go would probably have been most effective.
Indeed. All right, sleep it is. And then I sit back in my chair and contemplate it.
And the whiskey is flowing, and the conversation is going on with Lore. Gambling dude heads off towards some area of the tavern there, tries to get some other people active in some gambling. It's your typical kind of tavern night. There's a minstrel playing off in the one corner. It's kind of a little bit of your rough and tumble, like not in terms of being worried about getting beat up, but it's your working class tavern that you're at. You got a couple rooms upstairs. Is there anything else that you wanted to accomplish while you're at the tavern or in Yartar, given that it's a late evening now?
Not for Ventus.
No, I think just a good night's sleep. And yeah.
Okay, and sorry, Witchy, were you saying something?
Yeah, he just sips his beer a bit, but probably doesn't even finish it because he doesn't really drink too much.
And after I've had my fourth whiskey, it's like I should probably go to sleep, or I should probably find my room while I can still see.
Witchy will take you, don't worry.
And as he gets up, he pats Laura on the shoulder and gives it a little squeeze, and off he goes. I feel bad doing this if Seth didn't want to pursue this, but he'll clear that up.
Yeah, I think we can work around it.
I don't want to make we'll retcon if necessary because I don't want Krev to be creepy.
Yeah.
Well, my interruption I think might have kept it kind of tame anyways. So.
Oh yes.
We've also kept it in a way that we don't know what Seth's, regardless of what Lore's response was. Krev could have just been that kind of guy where he's gonna hang out at the table and enjoy the company either way. So we'll check in with Lore on Sunday. Speaking of which, I know that we're getting close to our 2:00. On one hand, I feel like we've accomplished a lot. On the other hand, I feel like there's more to do this session. But I guess because I got stalled starting up and things like that with the computer.
I don't know.
So
Groothog was
good,
interesting.
Good session. Oh yeah, Groothog. I was just kind of laughing behind the scenes of you guys were just making your way through there, and I was a little bit beside myself. I was prepared for having to move tokens all over the place and
lots of fire.
We stole shit and then burn it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ventus turns to Brian and says, "That's how you burn down a place."
Oh, snap.
None of this little prestidigitation on the tables. You start with a wall of fire. You build the schoolhouse first. This is what you work with, okay? You either do the teepee or the schoolhouse. Just so happen we had a schoolhouse. But the wall of the fire is the secret. That's what you need.
Exactly.
Wow.
So given that we're going to get back at it on Sunday, if you guys don't mind, where do you think you're going to go from here? And I've got a few things up prepared, but if you kind of throw me a curveball, then this way I can be a little bit more prepared by Sunday.
I think, honestly, at this point, it's go to the Storm King's court. The only problem is that once we get there, I don't have a clue what we're going to do about it. Because we are trying to find the youngest daughter, whom I know has a name. I don't remember what her name is right now.
Cersei or Cersei or something like that.
Yes. Hopefully not Cersei.
Yeah. Whatever the.
If it's Cersei, I'm killing her. Sorry.
Whatever. Yeah, it's whatever the Game of Thrones name is not.
Yes. But she's being held captive at her father's court. Her father is somewhere else being held captive, and the people in charge of the court are actually basically infighting. So if we just turn up, the first question they're going to ask is, how did you do this? The second question is going to be, why did you come here?
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Yep.
If we go to... What's that place called where Lore needs to go?
Silvery Moon.
Silver Moon?
So if we go to Silvery Moon, and do you think there's any possibility while there we could get some more information about where we're going?
Probably. It is a repository of knowledge in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So that's my vote, is that we go to Silvery Moon because we're going to have Seth. So get that arc finished for him, or started or whatever. Yeah, exactly. And while there, use that as an opportunity to get some more information, to do some data mining.
I like it. I agree. Yeah, I agree with you now.
And data mining on the
everything.
Storm King's
everything.
Okay.
The giants, the ordning, everything.
Exactly. Because I think it'll be a good place to do that. It's highly learned, and we're going to be able to. We could probably hire, scryers or whatever, right? And then on top of that, we have how many quests now? And of those quests, is there anything we, through examination, we might be able to, get some more information from there as well. So I'm just thinking, like I said, when I say everything, I mean everything. We could just examine all our quests and stuff too, right?
Actually, one other thing that I just thought of that Krev would like to review in Silver Moon. Are there any other, record of any other warlocks of Oberon?
Ooh, good question.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally just loves the idea of going to this learned place, because I do have the Sage feature researcher, which it will help us out once we get there.
And Baral, on his own, even though he hasn't told anybody, he wants to find someone who can interpret dreams and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which when you read that thing I sent you, it will make more sense.
Yeah.
So I think everybody's got a reason to want to go to Silver Moon. So I think we're going to Silver Moon.
That's my vote.
Hell yeah.
As preparation for doing our teleport to... Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Sounds good.
And
very cool.
And I think, even if it ends up being mostly non-combat, or fine with some good role-playing and some good, exploration of the story, I think that gives us a really good opportunity to get a better understanding of what we're up against. Yeah, and maybe find a new adventurer there who wants to join us.
Maybe.
Yeah, and speaking of that, once we finish this session, how about we ask Damon to come down and just chat with him for a bit and He's a real nice guy. I think you guys are gonna like him.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
You mean right now? But like when we're done this session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's still around.
Sure.
I have no idea what time it is over there.
Do you
12 hours.
Do you want to do
Must be
that?
almost midnight or something.
Yeah. Let's find out. Let's see what Siri knows. What time is it
It's
in
1 a.m.
Australia? Oh, you already got it.
Which
No,
is he in Sydney or is he on like Perth or what side of the continent is he on?
I don't know. I when I was texting him earlier, we were talking about time conversions and stuff, and he said, "Oh, great, this will be perfect." So I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's like 12 hours or something.
Oh, he's playing
I mean,
Fall.
if he's still around,
He's
we
playing
can,
Fallout Shelter right now. So why don't I message him and ask him if he wants to
yeah, that'd be great.
jump in. Before I do, actually, you know
Great
what?
session though, guys. It was fun.
Yeah, the Grudhog for me was just fun. Just it was complete stealth, info gathering, and you guys did essentially what, in some cases, part of this adventure you need to do: avoid the fight, accomplish the goal. Because in some cases, that's going to be the issue. Hey, before I forget, and if you can by Sunday, with tackling all that and getting the conch, guess what?
Yes.
Level 9.
Oh, we're level 9?
Screw you, because I can't be level 9 yet, because that wouldn't make sense. So screw you all.
Boo-ha.
This is phenomenal. I have to pick a new
I'm very excited.
a new incantation.
I get a new spell.
I get 5th level spells.
I'll never get those.
Does he go by Damon or Alex, Vorpal?
Ooh, we all get a proficiency
Throughout
bonus
my
increase.
entire time playing with him before, I called him Damon.
Okay.
So delay me a little bit on the level up, obviously, seeing as I just leveled up today to catch up to these guys, so.
Hit
But don't make me wait too long.
So it'll be 5 plus charisma modifier, constitution modifier, so another 8. So it'll be 76.
And I just sent Damon a message. And while I'm waiting for him...
Hello?
Oh, hello!
Hey!
How you guys going?
Good, yourself?
Hey, there he is. What's up, Damon? Been a long time, man.
Yeah, long time no see. Oh, there we go.
We just finished our session, and Vorpal suggested, if you're still online, to pull you into the voice channel so we get a chance to meet you.
Interview
Yeah, I
you.
keep really bad hours. It's current. Well, let me put it this way: it's currently 3:45 a.m. So.
Wow.
So
Yeah. It's,
yeah.
We did
yeah.
we did a quick time check before we brought you in, but I also saw that you're
Oh
still
yeah, it
online.
works really well. It works really well for me normally because it's like, well, the time for your games are because it's like Saturday at 5 p.m. So it's like, it's
Oh, that's
pretty
awesome.
much. Yeah, it's pretty much perfect for when I normally am actually doing shit. So
Right on.
not often that's the case.
Now, is it Saturday? Like we typically play Sunday mornings. This being Good Friday,
Yeah.
but so it's good. Our Sunday morning, New York Toronto time. Is that your Saturday night or is that your Monday, early Monday?
Hold on. Your tomorrow when are we playing? It's
not tomorrow. It'll be
sorry.
2 days from now.
Right. So 5 p.m. though, Sunday. 5 a.m. Sundays when you're playing. I don't know.
No, we're playing on Sunday at 7 a.m. So
Which would be which would be
7 a.m.
Or
I
no,
think I might have had
9.
8 a.m.
Hang on. It's 9 a.m. Sorry.
It's probably a
doing
good
quick
thing I
conversion
asked
here.
this question.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
8 a.m. is what I was told from Vorpal, but
Oh, it is 8 a.m. Vorpal's time. It's 9 a.m. Eastern time.
Toronto
'cause
time.
He's on the
Right.
Mountain time
Which
zone.
means it's 5 p.m. Saturday for me. Okay.
What day is
I'm
it
like
right now for
30.
you?
It's currently Saturday at 3:48.
So yeah, no,
the
it's going to be
morning.
Monday then for you because you're ahead of us.
Yeah,
Oh, is it?
I
Yeah.
think so.
So when is your normal game on?
It's Sundays at 9 in the morning, New York or Toronto time.
Sundays at 9 in the morning. Hold on. I got to figure out if your
Which is
normal
like
game
Sunday
time
at
is bigger than
11
me.
p.m. your time.
Yeah, that wouldn't be all right. Mainly because if that's what's going to be normal time, I have work on Mondays.
Yeah.
Early.
Just to be completely correct, where are you in Australia? I'm doing a conversion
Brisbane.
on Brisbane.
Yep.
Brisbane, right there. And yeah, so we start at 9 in the morning Toronto time or New York time. That would be starting at 11 o'clock your time, and we usually run for about 5 hours. So yeah, that will take you to 4 in the morning Monday morning. Ah, crap.
Yeah, that would. Sorry, man.
Can you,
Unless we do end
I
up
was
switching to Saturday, but
We
Which is
did talk about
possibility.
switching to Saturday.
well,
depending on Laura
Yeah.
or Seth, which if he can't do Sundays and he can do Saturdays, then we were willing to change. But
yeah. So yeah, what we can if and the idea of changing to Saturday, Damon, just came up recently, and it's not really a serious conversation at this point. But if the one other player, Laura, comes back and says I can't do Sundays, but I can do Saturdays, and if we switch to Saturdays, then and if that's good with you, then we'll certainly let you know.
Oh yeah.
But it's
Sundays are fine for me.
yeah.
As I said, the only reason that I have problems with this time is because I gotta work.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
work,
I
the most
mean,
available occupations.
Yeah.
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Oh well.
Uh,
Oh well. Well, let's see what happens over the next few weeks. Again, the only reason for the change is one of our players has switched jobs recently, and he's trying to negotiate whether he gets off Sundays or Saturdays, which I guess we'll know by this Sunday. Um, but yeah, that's shoot.
Yeah.
Time zone got us.
I mean, hold on. So, when would it be this week? Because I must have got confused with the time zones happening. Because
The only reason we're playing today is because it's a long weekend and because we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but
Fair enough.
we're playing 2 days from now, the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
But
I mean, if you really want, I could play this week, but I wouldn't be able to play any other week.
Exactly.
That's the issue. Yeah, I just wanted to check before I actually said yes.
Yeah.
So that's current situation.
That's
I've got stuff ready for it in any case if it ends up being a thing. So we'll see.
yeah. Well, it's kind of too bad that's the way it worked out. But at the very least, what we'll
Yeah,
do is we'll keep you on the list. I don't know. We don't have a list, but anyways, we'll keep you on the list. And
we don't have a list.
Yeah.
We'll find a list and we'll put you on it.
we'll make a list for you. And if
You are now the list.
if it happens to switch to Saturday, we'll let you know because we're looking for one more just to kind of round things out a little bit in
That
terms
way
of
we
size
could
and
have
such.
5 players if everyone comes, and if somebody's got to disappear for
You
work
can
or travel
still-
or what have you, we still got 4 players, and everything's still cool to go.
Yeah.
You can still work, yeah.
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 Because I was trying to. I had a quick chat to Volper, like, what do you guys have and what would you guys need? And he says, well, we got a warlock, a sorcerer, a fighter, and a druid. And I'm like, does the druid have any heals? Yes.
No.
Oh,
really?
Sort of.
If you
I was about to say,
there's a quick story with that. The first time I ever got to show off my heels was when I was assassinating one of our players in our group. So I was
He
killed
healing
Sildar.
him.
He killed the DM's character.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
I was healing him.
The other one I was said, okay, what about a rogue? Because it sounds like you guys have no way of like sneaking or like.
We've been relying heavily on invisibility spells for that.
I
Yeah.
was about to say, but you guys do seem to have a lot of magic.
Yes,
we do.
So, yeah, my current thought is I'll go a rogue with with sneaking and lockpicking. Because it also sounds
Okay,
like you don't have
yeah.
too much in the way of lockpicks.
No.
No.
People who could lockpick stuff.
And
So.
we don't even have a knock spell, so if we encounter a lock, we are actually screwed.
Well, you never know. I might be.
It's
I might be
it's
able
like-
to get under the door, turn into a swarm of spiders or something.
Yeah, there is that.
Uh,
Dimension door through things.
yeah, but then how do you get the rest of the people through? Because this isn't
Oh, screw
like
them.
Well, yeah, that's a variety.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. You go under the door, and there's a swarm of bats looking to eat your swarm of spiders.
There you go.
That'd suck.
Actually,
there you go.
As a DM, I like that idea. I think I'm going to incorporate that in one of our future sessions. just for Brile.
Okay, I already vote him off the island.
No. I vote for to stay.
You're talking to a guy who gave the GM the idea of the what was it? I think it was like change a gnome to a leprechaun, give it like shillelagh, longstrider, have it all like the like illusion spells, and just have it piss the characters off so much till no matter how good they are, just make them have their whole point to kill this little fucker.
That's
I
hilarious.
turned a group of 5 like lawful good guys into a group of maniacs who wanted to just kill this thing because he constantly like there'd be a pit, and he'd have an illusion that there's no pit, and they just fall straight down into the pit. There'd be a tree. I had them walking into trees because
That's
they
hilarious.
couldn't see the tree there. It was hilarious. But just
So,
constantly, and the whole time he'd sit there laughing at him, then long strider and do stuff to get away. I think they were level, like, they saw this guy at level 1, and he was supposed to be made like level 3, maybe level 5 or something. But at level 12, they took like a good 2 hours out of their way to find this guy, track him down, and
Just to kill him?
basically just kill him. Yes.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow.
Oh
So,
yeah.
Damon, if we do end up moving to Saturday, is that something that you could possibly do?
Oh yeah.
Which would be Saturday night for you at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I'm up now, aren't I?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm up now. It's not like it's a weird time for me.
Cool.
On the weekends, I've got no limit to when I have to go to bed. Really, like I just keep really weird hours. So
Yeah, you're a night owl.
that's
So
Excellent.
hopefully, hopefully Seth didn't wind up just making a brutally good case with his boss for having forgotten days.
Yeah, he's gonna show up Sunday and say, hey, guess what? I got Sundays off. We're all good. We're all good.
like fuck.
Yeah.
We got your replacement. What?
Oh, that would crush him. That would just crush him.
Oh gosh.
Okay, definitely say it, whether or not it's true.
Yeah, he's
Even if it's Saturdays, already say we've got your replacement, just to get that first little crush.
Yeah,
of
exactly. And he's like our sole Brit in the group, so we'll say we got a cooler accent.
Oh,
It's your own personal Brexit.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well. Okay.
That's
well,
terrible.
Yes, it is.
we should find out Sunday. So we should find out in about 20 hours from now, or no, not 20. About 40-ish hours, 44
Yeah.
hours from now.
Roughly.
what's going on.
Okay.
But yeah, the leaning was towards Sunday. Gosh, if we had this discussion about 6 hours earlier, then we might have done something differently. But we'll I'll keep you on the server. And we'll just go from there and see what happens. But if it sticks to Sundays, unfortunately, unless you can convince your boss that you don't work Mondays, then everything's good.
Fair enough. We'll see what happens.
Cool. All right. Well, it was good to talk to you again, Damon. I'm gonna hop off, guys. Fun session. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, I got some.
Cheers.
We'll talk to everybody Sunday morning. And yeah, I'm gonna head off as well. I've got some family stuff to tackle. Damien, great to meet you, and hopefully we'll run into you at some point.
Ditto.
Have a good time, man. See yous.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Take care, all.
Bye bye.
Yep. We'll see you.
And Scott.
We'll see you Sunday morning.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So Scott, are you? So Curtis and I are going to be in Hamilton tomorrow again, house hunting. But I